Call.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us. Guys, it's WPT week here at Dusk Till Dawn in Nottingham. We have infinite action on the horizon for you. We have tournaments and cash games aplenty. This is 10, 25, 50. No limits hold'em. And what a lineup we have for you. I will take you through it shortly. Joining me in the booth, he's back, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Manuel Zapf. Manny, it's been a few weeks, my friend. I've missed you. How you doing?
I'm doing great. This is 10, 25, 50. Truly high-stakes cash game. Just to put those numbers into relation, one open race at this table is higher than my entire tournament buy-in on a Sunday. So this game is huge. Happy to be part of it, Andrew, and so are you, right? Who do we have tonight?
Yeah, absolutely, my friend. Looking forward to it. We have got a pretty sick lineup for this, as I say, 10, 25, 50 cash game. Have a regular personal friend of mine, you know, we're not supposed to have favourites. Mitch Johnson is from the streets. There with 7.7k in front of him. We have Mr. Ian Gascoigne, also a veteran of GT. Mr. Barry Grimes, who I'm reliably informed loves to drive the action. Jon McCann, who has been on one of the thickest airs that we have ever seen on the UK scene in the tournament recently. Jamie Lee, Mr. James Jagger, that extreme fetch Manny. He's also a veteran of our streams at Dusk Till Dawn. Finally, Mr. Nik Conlon. That makes 7 players. We are going to be here, guys, for the next 5 hours. Do expect some very big pots, a lot of action, lots of very aggressive players on the table, Manny. So yeah, it's going to be a good one.
I can already see first rounds of drinks are coming. It's always a good sign, right?
Yeah, I would expect, especially this lineup of players, won't be too much, you know, quiet spells at the table. Won't be too much of that going on. Lots of them have known each other for a long time. And yeah, we can expect a lot of action, Manny, as things progress. And yeah, normally, as we see in these live cash streams, action can be a little slow out of the gate, Manny, but towards the end, we generally, tend to see some massive pots. So fingers crossed that will be the case. Guys, I will be taking you through the World Poker Tour tournament schedule shortly. But let's jump into the action. We've got a raise from Grimo with Ace Jack. Picks up 2 callers and flops top 2. Jamie with just a pair of 4s, not much to work with. And Ian in the straddle with the Jack 10. Looks like Grimo going to come in for a pretty easy C-bet here, Manny.
Yeah, he smashes that flop. Really like that he's going for a small size here. He does block top pairs and mid pairs, so he really wants to give a good prize for his opponents to stick around with this premium holding. Well, discipline fold there from the Jack 10.
Yeah, pretty normal spot. And Grimo does flop top 2, gets off to a nice start. As you guys can see, Mitch with 7.6k in front of him. Everybody at the table, Manny, with over £4,000 in front of them. Going to be a pretty deep stacked game. And yeah, as we go, can expect to see some very large pots. Yeah, looking forward to it, Manny. It's been a few weeks, my friend, since me and you were in the booth together. What have you been up to? I hear you have been streaming a lot. Twitch streams.
I'm having a few technical difficulties. I just heard half of that question, sadly, but I have been up to a lot of streaming lately. Guys, in case you want to check it out, I am streaming now in English, not in German anymore, so everybody can understand me now. Neverfold Queen 5 on Twitch. Go check it out. It will be action-filled, the stream. I don't know if it will be as action-filled as tonight, though.
Many apologies I've done. I've made the ultimate commentator's sin, Manny, right off the bat. Excuse me. It is Grimo, not Grimo. Many apologies. Anyway, Mitch opening with the Queen Jack off. Does pick up one caller. Jon McCann in the small with the 9-4 of clubs. Does flop best. Mitch with some backdoor straight and flush draws working for him. Is going to come in for a c-bet here on the King 7-4. Awkward spot here, Manny, for Jon. Not too much going for him in terms of turn and river, but is going to defend his bottom pair.
Yeah, it's a small bet. Typically okay to call any pair to a small bet, right? Even without a backdoor straight or without a backdoor flush draw. Once the bet gets bigger, of course, that is a little bit problematic.
Yeah, absolutely. Turn is the 3 of spades. Mitch, with that Queen of spades in his hand, is going to fire up the second barrel. Should get the job done. Very nice combo here, Manny, to barrel turn. Blocking Jon's best pairs of kings already. Blocking King Queen and King Jack. And of course, with that Queen of spades, flush blocker. Should get the job done on the turn here, you would imagine.
Yeah, I believe so. The 9-4 shouldn't really continue here too much. We could be dead at this point. I also really like the bet size of Mitch. There's no reason to go very big here on the flush completer. So yeah, well done. Nice timed bluff.
Yeah, very nicely played by Mitch. Extremely experienced player on the UK Tour in both cash games and tournaments. As you can see, he bought in for £8,000. And yeah, looking forward to this one, Manny. Looking very much so forward to it. Guys, as you see our graphic there, gives me the opportunity to let you know what is going on this week at Dusk Till Dawn. This is, of course, the World Poker Tour 500. And yeah, there are lots and lots of potential things to play if you like tournament poker. We have the 2K High Roller. Day one of this is tomorrow, starting at 5 p.m. guys. If you are in and around Nottingham, get yourself down there. Day two is on Friday. The High Roller with a 100k guarantee. We have satellites to our World Poker Tour 500, 20-seat guarantee on Thursday and Friday evening. Just an £85 buy-in if you're looking to win your way into the 500 for cheap. Starting at 8 p.m, late red all the way up to 10:15. Then, of course, we have our landmark WPT 500, £560 buy-in. That has 500k guarantee. Day one on Friday and Saturday. 12 p.m. start, late reg up until 4:45. And there is a turbo day one on Sunday also. So if you're looking to win your way through to day two, that is on Sunday. And the final day, which we will be covering right here on YouTube, that is on Monday. And then finally, we have a WPT High Roller, £1,100 buy-in, day one on Sunday at 5 p.m, day two on Monday. So if you need to check out any further information about buy-ins, about times of any of these tournaments, please check out our social medias at ETD Live, Twitter and Instagram. And Manny, I just spoke for an extremely long time. Time to tag you back in.
Well, nothing wrong with that. We have a set for Jamie here. And Mitch definitely holding in the small blind as well. That it's really not going to directly fold to a single bet, I believe. A strong ace high, 2 overcards, and that little gut shot with the 4. So I don't think that the hand is going to be over on the flop.
Yeah, we do have a 4-bet pot here at pre. Could be very dangerous here for Mitch, of course, with the 2 overcards and gut shot straight draw. Jamie choosing a nice size here, Manny, just around about 30% pot. And Mitch looks like he is going to check raise. Wow, he basically sets him in, if the graphic is correct. He's going to be in terrible shape here.
Yeah, he's definitely going to call for an additional 500. Hands are already in. Oh no, there's a little bit to play for.
It looks as if Jamie has 1k behind. Mitch knows that he is priced in. And unfortunately for Mitch, he has stepped right into it here right off the bat. Gonna need one of the remaining 4s in the deck. Otherwise, Jamie gonna double up immediately with bottom set. River, they are gonna run it twice. First river, 7 of spades. No good for Mitch. And Jamie Lee, right off the bat, Manny, winning a pot worth just under £10,000.
A very, very big pot here. That went pretty quick as well. In that 4-bet pot, really like the flop sizing as well with the deuces here. Mitch just trying to fold out some better ace highs, I guess, and just gonna run his equity in case the opponent has a hand. Well, he did have a hand, pocket deuces, and they hold up. Very nice pot, 10k almost.
Yeah, potentially trying to put some pressure on a hand like 8s or 9s. Maybe can get some folds. As you say, Manny, from some other ace X. Great start for Jamie Lee. Doubling up right off the bat. Just under £10,000 in front of him. Not the greatest start for Mitch.
That's what you dream of, you know. Now you're chilling on a 10k stack. Got your profit, and now we're gonna play the table. Gonna keep grinding. Maybe hope for a sensational night. I mean, if someone's running good at this table, we might just see that 5-digit profit. Which is huge sum.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised to see it with this lineup. Going to be a lot of action involved. Guys, to anybody just coming along, welcome. This is our 10, 25, £50 WPT special edition cash game. Anybody in the YouTube streets, if you want to ask myself or Manuel any questions about the game, about the lineup, about life, Manny, about anything they want, please feel free. As we see here, a 3-bet from Mr. James Jagger to £850 with just the 8-6 suited, Manny. Ian, an interesting spot here with the King 10 of diamonds.
I was wondering if he got the moves like Jagger, and he does. What a lovely 3-bet with the 8-6 suited here.
Yeah, no, from watching James, very aggressive, not afraid to get in the mix. And he's going to get that one through right off the bat against Ian. Manuel, give me your thoughts on the old cowboy hat. Are we a fan? Are we loving it?
I mean, how can you hate it? It is Texas no limit hold'em. So if you were coming in with a Texas cowboy hat, I think you made the right choice.
You know what? Maybe it's a homage from Mr. Jagger to the late great Mr. Doyle Brunson, who, of course, one of the biggest legends in the game, Manny, who we lost in this past week. Could be a nod from Mr. Jagger to Texas Dolly himself.
Definitely possible. We will find out whenever he gets dealt the good old 10 deuce offsuit. If he will play it, then that hat is definitely an homage to Doyle Brunson. Rest in peace.
Yeah, absolutely. Quite possibly the biggest legend in the game. You would have to think, you know. Probably did more for poker, Manny, than literally anybody else. Very sad news, of course. What do you say, Manny? Next live comp, me and you play. Some kind of prop bet involving a cowboy hat.
Yeah, we should do that. Definitely. I mean, you know me. I will wear one without a side bet.
Are we going to do our normal tonight? Are we going to pick a big winner? Right. Obviously, Jamie can't be in there, right? Because he just flat bottom set. But of the remaining players, me versus you, a little dinner bet on who else is going to make the most money.
Well, I'm gonna pick Mr. Jagger right off the bat, who's 3-betting 8-6 suited. He's not scared, so he will get involved. So I really like his chances.
And you know what? Based on my faux pas with the Grimo, Mr. Grimo, I'm very sorry, my friend. I'm picking you, though. I'm throwing my support behind you. Let's see some big pots. That's all we want, Manny, right?
Yes. Big pots, lots of action. I mean, it's already a straddled game. 10, 25, 50 plays very huge. Everybody in there with 5K.
As we see Mr. Ian Gascoigne opening with the ace-7 of hearts in the cutoff. And very loose call from Nik Conlon with the 6-4 off. If we were worried about this game being too tight, Manny, we certainly are not anymore. Are going to go heads up. Both players with Jack 8-3 with 2 clubs. Ian is going to go ahead and c-bet. Looks like around about half pot. Pretty tough, Manny, for Nik to do anything here, but he is reaching.
Yeah, I mean, was just about to say, you would expect this to work, but once you call 6-4 out of the big blind when there's a straddle behind you, probably the backdoor straight draw might be enough to attack here. You didn't come this far with 6-4 to just hold, right?
Absolutely, and Ian here does have an overcard and backdoor nut flush draw. Here we go, he is going to float one off. 5 of hearts, Manny, for the stream.
Yeah, I'll take a 7 as well. Just an offsuit 7.
Does look like a heart. It is the 8 of hearts on the turn. Nik has got himself into a bit of a pickle here.
I believe not too many 8x finding the check raise here on the flop, so it's going to be kind of tough to continue barreling here. Also, of course, Ian shouldn't have too many 8x, but he definitely should have more than the check raising range. So I do believe that this is definitely an out of line bet here on the turn, especially without any equity. Well, he doesn't know that his 6 and his 4 is actually alive.
Here we go. Are we going to get a river blank? Would love to see one, to see what Nik wants to do. That looks like the nut flush to me on the river, and it is the 9 of hearts. And Nik Conlon, time to pump the brakes, my friend. I think he's going to go for it, Manny. He does check. And Ian, of course, is going to send it. Little bit of posturing from Nik, and Ian Gascoigne picking up a very nice pot. £8,200. Would have loved to see a blank there, Manny, just to see what would happen.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised by the give up, to be honest. We only have 6-4. Of course, it was a good give up because we would have lost our entire stack. Obviously, the nut flush is not folding here, but typically, when the backdoor flush draw comes in, we have quite a few of those in our check raising range on the flop. So definitely a potential river to go for it. Maybe he didn't do it because he didn't have a heart in his hand. So, well, nice timed give up, I guess, because that would have been the entire stack to Mr. Gascoigne.
Absolutely would have been a disaster. We can already see from the first few hands, Manny, we're in for some big ones. Action does fold round to Nik Conlon. He's going to just limp in the small blind with pocket 7s. Jon is also going to complete, and Mitch with a very nice looking hand here in the straddle, Manny. Would expect him to pump this up. Does make it 425 to go.
So Nik limped in the sevens. Do I see that right?
Yeah, I believe so. Interesting spot now for Nik. Does look like he's going to go for just a call. Jon,
Yeah, I don't
with
mind this. I
pretty
mean,
dusty looking hand.
gonna go heads up to a flop.
Wow, Mitch flops a flush.
And
What
Nik
a
with the
flop for
7 of
Mitch
spades
Johnson.
as well.
Very dicey waters here for Nik. Does have a hand that is not going to be able to immediately fold. Looks like he's leading here. Very interesting. Does decide to donk lead for £350. Mitch with the show tunes going off in his head, Manny.
I mean, this lead is typically a sign of strength, so it's going to be very interesting to see if he recognizes that and just raises his flush for value immediately.
He does do just that, man. He makes it 1K. Nik with the quick fold. Nice little recovery pot for Mitch after a rocky start. Guys, if you are just joining us, this is our special edition World Poker Tour cash game. 10, 25, £50. Myself, Andrew Hedley, and Mr. Manuel Zapf in the booth. We'll be covering the action for you for the next 4 hours or so. Guys, welcome along in the YouTube chat. Mr. Ali Ayub, what a legend he is. Also known as Mozart. Says Picasso, love you, mate. Looking forward to watching a host of talented players and Mitch. Loving that little rub there. He's known Mitch a long time, I'm sure. And that Mr. Julian Petrashes, good luck, Jagger. Big fish. Ali has been on our stream several times in the past few weeks. Manny, he is known as Mozart. I'm known as Picasso. It's a meeting of the artistic minds. But lovely guy, big legend, loves the game. Might be one of the most stylish players on the tour, Manuel. Almost as stylish as you, my friend.
I was just gonna ask, what's up with those names, with that name picking? I was just much more simple, just never fold Queen 5. But is there a story behind the Picasso, Mr. Picasso?
There is a story behind it, but it is not suitable for broadcast at this time. And when I say not suitable, it's just extremely embarrassing. And I'm not going to tell you. Back into the action. James Jagger open into 150. Picks up 3 callers with the Jack 10-0. And everybody has whiffed this board. Does check through to Jamie Lee. And I believe they're playing the 7 deuce game. He is going to take a stab here, and very likely that it's going to work, Manny. Bets just under half pot. He's about to get paid by everybody at the table.
How much is it?
Although I don't see any money going his way. Perhaps Jamie just wanted to get in the mix.
Maybe he wants to start the game.
Action does fold round to Jon McCann with the Jack 8 in the small. Is going to complete. Ian Gascoigne in the straddle, checking his option with the 6 deuce of clubs. Flop is 8-4-3. Jon does flop best with his top pair. He's going to go ahead and lead out at it. That's close to pot on the flop. Ian just going to get out of the way with his gut shot.
A very typical board for a little bit of an upsize here. The 8 high. In the battle of the 3 blinds. You don't have that often in Hold'em. Jamie's sitting comfortably on almost 10k. Off to a great start. Full double up with the set and then got the 7 deuce bluff through as well. Very nice, sir.
Yeah, very nice start for Jamie. Myself and Manny will endeavour to let you listen into the table talk as often as possible. Grimo here with the 9-5 of hearts. Does decide to just let it go. I believe we have a double straddle here, Manuel.
Oh, wow.
Game's going to play big. Game is going to play big. £500 or so in the pot already. And wow, what a flop for Jamie. It's all going his way at the start of this stream. Does flop trip kings. Jagger going to take a small stab with the jack high. You can expect this to work a good amount of the time against 2 random cards. But of course, Jamie with the monster is going to slow play this one, Manny.
Yeah, he already slow played it pre-flop. Now continuing the slow play of that monster hand. Interesting to see here that the Jack 8 of clubs realizes that this calling range is fairly strong and doesn't even continue to bluff his gut shot here.
Very interesting, Jamie here with the tiny, tiny 1 big blind bet trying to induce. Does manage to get Jagger to continue with his gut shot. Of course, we could see he's drawing dead on the turn. And now Jamie gonna size up considerably. Very strange line he's taken here, Manny, with that 1 big blind turn bet. Now betting close to 2x pot. Can't imagine that James is going to go for this.
He hasn't folded yet.
He hasn't folded yet, my friend.
It's this good old, I have a jack in my hand. How can you have jack 10? Maybe I'll just rip it in.
And what a start to the stream for Jamie Lee. First player up above £10,000. We're going to see some huge ones tonight, Manny. You can tell. Everybody's here to play.
Yeah, from what we've seen so far, everybody wants to get in the mix, get in there, get that big cash. There's lots of money on the table, as you can see. And the ranges are wide, so that means a lot of fun for Andrew, me, and the viewers.
Yeah, absolutely, my friend. We will be here, guys, right through until around about 12:30, I believe, UK time. It's been a busy few weeks, Manuel. You and me both grinding a bunch online, but back in the booth tonight for this 10, 25, 50 cash game. Looking forward to seeing how things develop. Folds round to Mitch Johnson on the button. Does fold. Grimo with the 9-10. Does elect to complete. Jamie gonna check his option in the straddle with the king 8. Jamie Lee just smashing every board so far, Manny. Top pair once again. Grimo gonna take a stab for around about 2/3 pot. We can see it's definitely not gonna work.
Yeah, I really like the smooth call here. No real reason to raise king 8 here in position, even though there's a flush draw out there, but the 8 kicker is just a little bit too low to go for value here.
Grimo does actually pick up equity on the turn. Does decide to shut it down. But some potential to try and barrel perhaps a 6x or a deuce off on the turn. Jamie now going to go for value with his pair of kings. Does bet the pot. That is going to get the job done. Jamie Lee, with 100% success rate so far, has won every pot he's played, Manuel.
Yeah, and he's the first player who is above that 10k chip stack, 10,000 pounds in cash in front of him. So he'll be feeling very good right now, sitting there comfortably. Everything's working out so far. Those are the best cash game nights, right? I know you're not a cash game player, but whenever you go to a table, you double up, you have a drink, a little bit of a chit chat, everything is working out. That's when it's fun, right?
Oh, absolutely. And hey, what do you mean I'm not a cash game player? Are you throwing a little? I believe the kids call it shade, Manny. Are you throwing some shade at me and saying I couldn't compete at such, deep stacks and that all I know is my push-fold tournament ranges? Is that what you're saying?
Well, the kids call it. What did you call it? Shade. The adults call it.
I have no idea
truth.
if that's the right word or not.
I just
threw it in there.
Truth, Andrew.
I'm just trying to be cool, mate. I know I'm failing, but sometimes you got to try. I actually have played a bunch of cash back in the day, but for sure my tournament knowledge these days is a lot stronger than cash. You used to play a lot of cash, Manny, right, back in the day?
Mostly live, but of course everybody started with cash game, I think, and then the weird people always ended up with the tournaments, and I am one of those, yes.
Yeah, we all have something a little bit wrong with our brains to play tournament poker for a living, but it's all good. In theory, at least. Mitch waking up with ace-king, makes it 250 to go. Interesting spot here for Jamie Lee with the queen-8 of hearts. Certainly some potential to continue here with a 3-bet. He's going to let it go. Mitch just going to take this one down pre. As you guys see the stacks in front of you, Jamie Lee out in front, James Jagger and Mitch. Mitch has topped up after that unfortunate first hand in the first orbit at the table. Ian Gascoigne with just over 8k, Grimo with 6k, Jon McCann at 5.7, and Mr. Nik Conlon on £4,200. Mr. Jagger, Manny, trying to encourage some alcoholic consumption. That is a Team Snake move right there. I'll pay your taxi. Leave your car here. Controversial.
Very sneaky move, for sure. Sometimes could work out into your favor. Oh, when we have the first pre-flop clash
here we go. Mitch waking up with ace-king suited once again. Has been involved in a lot of pots so far, so going to be perceived to be playing a lot wider than in fact we can see here. He has a monster hand pre. Jagger with the 3-bet to 1.3k. Think this ever goes in pre-Manny, or is Mitch mostly going to proceed with call? Maybe keep in some of Jagger's weaker holdings.
What's really interesting, if they both would play the 100 big blinds or the 100 straddles, I think this is meant to go in all of the time almost, especially at an active table like this. But both are sitting there with around 8k, so there's some potential for some flatting versus 3-bets, or for some 4-betting and then just flatting the 4-bet with the jack. So we might see
look like a 4-bet incoming. Grimo, of course, sandwiched in between, maybe going to make Mitch think that Jagger can be squeezing fairly light here. What do you do now with the jacks, Manny? Awkward spot, but he's just going to send it, I think.
Call.
Here we go. Massive pot here.
Classic.
£19,000 in the middle. Gonna be basically a flip. We did see one of the remaining kings folded by Grimo pre. Huge pot, Manny, right off the bat. 19,000.
This is why you should come down to Dusk Till
That's a
Dawn
classic
and not to go
race. Be interesting. Are they going to run it twice? What do you think?
I believe they are running it twice, and what a flop for Mitch.
This is,
Flops the nut flush draw.
100%. I'm getting scooped. Oh no. No heart. Oh yeah, I'm getting scooped 100%.
Oh wow. Jagger turning top set. Mitch makes the
chips
nut
out in
flush
advance,
on the
yeah.
river. Wow, what a run out that is on the first board. Mitch locking up half the pot.
Well, that's a good start.
Jack's holding on the Queen 9-6 second run out.
Hey, let's go.
You're right.
They are going to chop this one up, Manny. Never a nice feeling there as Jagger on the turn, excuse me, on the second board, looking just to get your money back. Does hold.
A fair result. Both really strong hands here going into the fight. Fairly quick decision to just rip it in here. Or effectively rip it in here, I think. It was a 5-bet and not a 5-bet jam. There was some clicking going on, but yeah, fair result here. Very two strong hands. Chop the pot up, continue the night.
Yeah, absolutely. I have had the pleasure to commentate on Mr. James Jagger multiple times. He is not going to shy away, Manny, let me tell you. When it comes to putting money in the pot, they are going to chop this one up.
Would you have been tilted? Would you have been tilted?
Mitch would have been tilted.
Oh yeah.
King, ace king.
Nuts players. And Jackson ace king suited. Wow.
So fresh
So
off that
aggressive, these
chop,
boys.
Jagger gonna open up with the Jack 6 of spades. Mitch gonna make the call from the straddle with 9-6 of hearts. Mitch does flop a gut shot. Jagger just with Jack high. It's gonna come in for a c-bet. Very small sizing. Some potential here, Manny. For Mitch to put in maybe a check raise.
I mean, those are the first hands that you want to check with the gut shots. Ideally, we like to have a backdoor flush draw with it, or at least an overcard.
So much easier
Not
to see
the
the
case
board
here. We have the hearts, and we do not have an overcard to the 10, but we're still
Look
going
at
to do
this.
it. Very
Jagger
surprised that
is
it
gonna
doesn't
peel
work.
one off. Very sticky. Turn the ace of diamonds. Both players essentially with no hand. Very tough for Mitch to continue firing here, Manuel.
Very interesting. Obviously, it's a good card for James Jagger because he should have more ace-x in his range. But it's really nothing versus nothing fighting here, and there's already 1,300 pounds in the middle.
Very well played from Mitch. Does find the turn barrel. Nice pickup. I think we're getting fireworks, Manny. You can feel it coming. Everyone playing sticky. Nobody enjoying the idea of folding. Nice recovery from Mitch. Back up over £10,000.
I told you I folded aces. Especially when you two flush on the first. There's bounce of it.
Yeah, I'm pretty
I mean,
shocked that he didn't scoop.
Just seeing that there's 1,300 pounds in the pot with those two holdings is a guarantee for some action. Also some action in the chat. Stefan Hübner. Well, if that doesn't sound like a German name, then I don't know what is. Hello, absolute legend in the chat. Welcome to you. Hey, Gude.
I thought he was Scottish, mate. Big Stevie Hubner. I've met him a few times.
At least there's a winner there.
Grimo in the mix with the King 10 off. Welcome along, Stefan. It's all love, my friend. Jagger back at it. Gonna 3-bet the ace 10 of diamonds.
As much as he loves gambling, no.
Does have position.
Absolutely not.
Grimo with a dominated holding. Does look as if he's gonna continue. Making the call free.
Not listening to bullshit.
And again, this is showing us how active this game is. King 10 should be at least close to the bottom of Grimo's open raising range, but we are not folding against 3-bets.
Wow. Finds lightning in the jar. Flops top 2. Dangerous waters here for James. He's going to come in for a small c-bet. Makes sense. Does have the pre-flop betting lead. Grimo going to slow play this one, Manny.
That's a rainbow board. We're in position. I really like slow playing this. There's no real reason to go ahead. Oh, we are out of position, of course. All right, then we might as well check raise this one. Could be some icy spots coming up on some turns, on some rivers, especially if it goes check.
Yeah, Jagger recognizing here that his hand is not in the greatest shape on this queen turn. Grimo gonna try and trap river, but James gonna check it back. It's a little look. Nice pot for Grimo, just a shade under £2,000. Nice give up there, Manny from James. Occasionally good, right, with your 10. Very
I thought I
occasionally.
might have won.
Yeah, I don't think we need to bet a 10 here, especially with a nut kicker. We're still gonna win a fair amount of the times in the 3-bet pot. Still beat like the hands like Jack 10 suited, 10 9 suited, some ace high float, some pocket pairs. So yeah, just as you said, we're gonna be good a fair amount of the time.
You're lethal then, mate.
Might as well start with 1 now then.
Absolutely, as you guys see the VPIP percentages of the players in front of you. Good opportunity for me to fill you guys in once more. This is our World Poker Tour 500 week at Dusk Till Dawn in Nottingham. This is our 10, 25, £50 cash game. If you guys enjoy tournament poker, there are plenty of opportunities still this week to qualify for our landmark WPT 500. That's a £560 buy-in with a 500k guarantee. Day ones, guys, Friday and Saturday this week. 12 PM start. You can late register right up to 4:45 at the club in Nottingham. We do also have a turbo day one on Sunday morning. Day 2 will be on Sunday afternoon. Final day, Monday the 29th of May. We will be covering all of the action on YouTube as we look to crown a champion. Tournament poker is back, Manny. Live poker, it is booming. Speaking of booming, Jagger here is flop trip 8 in a multi-way pot. He's going to come in for a small bet, but Nik Conlon has him crushed, Manny. Very, very, very bad spot for Mr. Jagger here. Going to be tough to get away.
Yeah, and this time they're not as deep as they were with the Jacks versus the Ace King. Nik with only, well, you know, I don't mean only in that sense, but compared to the last hands, only around a 4K stack. There needs to be some special turn cards to get away from a very big pot here. And 4 of spades is not it. This is definitely gonna go. Oh my god, did that go check?
Check the turn. James Jagger now gonna be confident his 8 is good. Yeah, makes a lot of sense. He's gonna bet 1k. And Nik with the sneaky turn check. Is this a mandatory river raise, Manny?
Yes.
You would think so.
Yes, definitely.
We have set,
but it's also
set
mandatory turn bet, so I mean there are some straights coming in. We're losing to some full houses. It's a big bet, very polarizing.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't blame Nik for only calling the river, but I do think raising is the way to go.
Yeah, it looks like he is just going to call. Oh no, he has jammed.
So I count, please.
And wow, Jagger now gets the bad news. Very interesting, Manny. This turn check from Nik has actually put James in a very awkward position on river. This has to be one of the most under-bluffed river spots though, right? You bet larger than the size of the pot and your opponent still wants to jam.
2,745.
2.7k more.
Yeah, people don't usually bluff this, and also think about that. The flop was multi-way. It's been raised versus a bet in position, so that is already very, very strong. But yeah, I mean, of course, James Jagger is now thinking, what cans could he raise the flop with and now bluff the river? And there are some in there. 10-9 suited,
10-9, yeah,
10-9s,
10-9.
queen 10s as well.
Yeah, he's going to get paid off. Very nice pot for Nik Conlon, £8,300. That turn check paying dividends, man.
I think we're gonna get it in with a turn bet as well.
Yeah, I know, right? But if you raise flop and then bet turn and still jam river, are you really gonna do this with just a jack? Or a worse 8? Maybe not. Very interesting line for Nik. Does get the full double.
Not the pass pro. I'm adding on 5, yeah.
Tough spot though for James, for sure.
Yeah, he did block some of the straights as well, some of the 7-9 suited in case Nik was bluffing the flop with a gut shot only with the to the low end. Maybe that played a role for him to call that river bet. Also, it's hard to fold trips in a live game, right?
Especially when you overbet the river.
How much you got?
Yeah, I'm not sure there's going to be too many tight river folds in this lineup. I think that is fair to say. We love to see it though, Manny. Already seeing a lot of action here. That is exactly why we tuned in. Hope you're enjoying the action at home, guys. As I say, anybody just joining us on YouTube, this is our 10, 25, £50 cash game. If you want to engage with myself, Andrew Hedley, or Mr. Manuel Zapf on comms, please fire some comments in the chat. We'll be happy to engage with you. Going to be here, guys, for the next sort of 4 hours or so.
All right. Yeah. Cheers, mate. Thank you. Cheers.
Jamie with the lovely looking Queen Jack of Hearts after being quiet for a few hands, after winning those back-to-back hands with a very good start. Now it's probably going to get involved again with a very nice holding.
Yeah, beautiful looking hand. Nik Conlon with the 6 deuce. Here we go. We have a raise to 900. I believe we may have an open already. We have missed around the table. I would imagine that Jamie is not going to make it 900 as an open raise. Mitch had opened with the ace-3 of spades. Jamie has gone for the limp re-raise here, I believe, Manuel. Not something you typically see too often. But he limped, Mitch ISOing the ace-3 of spades, and Jamie has gone for the limp raise. Mitch not going anywhere here with the suited ace-3. Very inflated pot already. And Mitch Johnson flopping a flush once more, flops the nuts. What a spot for Mitch, man.
And it's the spades again for Mitch. And this time Jamie's got quite a piece of the flop as well. We do have position. I don't think this time we need to raise this here, right? Should be just a smooth call, I believe.
You would expect Jamie to do a lot of very small betting on the flop. Has gone with a third pot. Mitch, they're still there, buddy. Still got the nuts. And yeah, is of course going to slow play this one, Manny. Jamie, he doesn't know it, but does not want to improve. Does turn a straight draw to Broadway. Got to proceed with a check here, Manny, a lot, right? I don't really see what betting turn achieves here.
To be honest, I'm not that often in those limp raised spots, sure. But feels very natural to check this one and probably continue against any smallish sizing for sure.
Yeah, I would agree, but he is going to continue to barrel. Looks like half pot, just a shade under. And Mitch just absolutely loving life, trying to decide how to get all the money in. Would imagine he will continue just to call, gonna leave himself with just over pot behind. allow Jamie to still value shove some hands.
Yeah, we also blocked the potential ace-jack that would continue. Also, there's not really many flushes in the limp raising range once we have the ace of spades, so the hands that Jamie's going to continue here against the raise are very limited. Mitch realizing that very well with a smooth call once more.
Yeah, very nice. And of course, when I say value shove, when we limp raise like this, we're going to have a lot of very strong holdings pre. We can see Jamie with just a pair of queens. And now we are in this extremely awkward situation. I mean, are we going to try and bluff here, Manny? Try and get Mitch to fold a king?
And I don't hate the combo to bluff, to be honest. We do block queens, we do block some queen 10 suited. Oh no, well the 10 of hearts also, but we do block some queen 10s. We do block the ace jack, so the blocker effects are fairly good. A king is going to be in a world of pain and versus a limp race under the gun here on the river. So
gone for it, and Mitch can't be thrilled about this with the board pair in river. As you can see, he's not happy, Manny. I don't think we can fold this one though.
Nah, you will have the occasional ace-10 value shoving. You will have the occasional ace-jack value shoving. The occasional bluff, maybe an overplay with the aces and the or something like that. I don't think we can ever fold here. If the opponent shows the full house, we sell. Nice hand. Goodbye to 7k, and we have a story to tell.
Yeah, I would be extremely surprised if Mitch was to fold this one. Of course, we are very under-repped here. Looks like the old consider it Manny and then flick in the call. Wow, he might fold. Oh, Jamie. Nah, Mitch is going to call this one off. Yeah, very nice. Mitch Johnson with a beautiful pot, £20,000. Well played, Mitch. Got to tip the cap there, Manny, right? To Jamie, though, finding the heart to find a triple barrel bluff here. Don't hate it. Just ran into close to top of Mitch's range.
Yeah, definitely. I think the river hand selection for a bluff shove is really, really nice. Very unlucky that we shove it into the nut flush here, I think. There's still quite some hands that we can get to fold. But also, I must say, would have preferred a turn check.
Yeah, same.
But yeah, well played by Mitch. Pre-flop, well done. Flop, slow play. Turn, slow play, and finds the river call. Really like the way he played that hand.
Yeah, very nicely done. Mitch up over £20,000. Very nice recovery after a rocky start. Jamie is going to need to reload.
And here we are at Dusk Till Dawn.
Lots of fun hands to dissect already for us, Manny. As we expected with this lineup.
Yeah, definitely like the leveling war going on there as well on the river. Turning this into a bluff. That takes some balls to do. Yeah, you love to see it. That's the action we want.
We've seen some awesome play here.
Absolutely. One of our first really big clashes post-flop. Mitch taking down a pot worth £20,000 with the nut flush.
Jon McCann seems to have kind of retreated into his shell. More of a tournament player these days.
Yeah, really interesting hand there, of course. Once we get to the river, don't hate the bluff at all from Jamie. Yeah, flop and turn debatable, we would say. Mitch back into the action with the pocket sevens. He's going to come in for a raise. You can see Jamie has reloaded. Like he has put 8k back in front.
Ilkeston, Bolton, Long Eaton. It's when we say the world.
Looks like Nik is going to complete with Jack 6 off from the straddle.
On the bus. And on the
Queen 5 deuce.
John,
Mitch still good with sevens.
Yeah.
A little bit of a loose call here from Nik once more. We've seen him get in the mix with 6-4, so he's not afraid. Gonna be interesting if he check raises this one again. He does have that little 6 for the backdoor straight and an overcard with the jack at least to the 5 and the deuce.
Very interesting. He's going to go for the check call float route instead. Certainly some potential to take this down on the river here if it goes check check. I believe Mitch's hand will check turn very often, but it's now very difficult to commentate on Nik. Don't often see this. The check call flop and donk lead turn with just jack high. If Mitch can sniff this one out, doesn't make too much sense, Manuel, to check call and then lead on this card.
We typically want to be donking some cards like a deuce here, or a 5. I don't mind donking a 3 or a 4 or a 6. Anything surrounding those lower cards. With a 10 out there, it's typically not done, but when it's done, I must say, typically it is some sort of draw or some sort of hand. Value hand. I don't see it done often with the jack 6.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
Working out,
Nik
nice.
gets it through. Nik, a lot of fun to commentate on, Manny. We've seen him a bunch of times before on the stream. Not afraid to mix it up. Does take some confusing lines. I don't fault Mitch for just folding turn. Nicely timed from Nik. That's a small one.
Oh yeah, he said he got a good shot.
We're not going to see much folding, Manny. We've already seen it in the first sort of hour of the stream.
They don't understand, do they?
People are here to play.
I understood the play. I understood the play.
Mr.
Yes.
Ian Gascoigne wakes up with 10s. Gonna come in for an open.
Stakes are high, ranges are wide. This is just what we want to see, of course. Very nice holding here by Mr. Gascoigne.
Interesting decision here for Jon McCann. Does wake up with a premium holding ace-jack of spades. Can go either way here, Manny. Just call or 3-bet. Does decide to just call.
Yeah, this is effectively 50 straddles now, because I think the 100 straddle is on. So I don't mind at this stack depth to just call. If ranges at the table are super wide, we obviously can consider raising this one, even though we're last stacked.
Yeah, and spades are the order of business this evening at DTD. Another nut flush draw with spades. Ian gonna go ahead and range bet flop. Bets about half pot with his 10s. Jon with the decision here, of course, never gonna be folding. It's whether he decides to pump it up now. Looks like he's gonna check raise. Makes a lot of sense, Manuel. Good combo to start firing a bunch of money into the pot. Makes it 1.1k. Ian in a very bad spot now with just the underpair to the board. Would expect him just to release this one, Manny.
Yeah, I think so too. Also those king, queen, 3 flops, definitely one of the most under-bluffed flops. But he realizes maybe my 10s are still good.
Yeah, Ian finds the call. The savagery would be the 10 turn. And look at that, Jon McCann nails the nut flush. He can't know it. If he can find a check here, will it be his best course to get more money? Don't expect him to check too often though, man. He's probably gonna bet and try and set up the stack to pot for a river jam.
Yeah, I think so too. Probably be okay to be checking some of the king high flushes here, unblocking the top pair with the ace jack though is reason enough to go for value, because the king will most likely not fold just yet.
Yeah, nice pickup for Jon McCann. Unfortunately for him, Ian basically at the bottom of his range picks up a nice pot of £4,000.
Here we go, standard continuation. He'll fold, scoop. Oh no, right. Pocket 10s there.
Couple of brothers over there, ain't
You guys can see our new updated graphics. Mitch, big winner at the table so far, up a shade under 7k. Jon and Grimo both up just around 2,000. Gotta give big props, Manny, to our team at DTD. Of course, we are improving all the time. Going to be lots and lots of streamed poker action coming up over the next year or so at Dusk Till Dawn here. Nuts. I gotta say, they've done a great job, Manny. Place looks amazing. A brand new table, and of course, big LED screen behind. Place looks very professional. I'm biased, Manny, but I believe it to be true.
No need to be biased. It really is looking amazing with the big screen in the background. And not only does it look good, the game is also very good and very high. Getting this high stakes action together is always fun. Very glad to be part of this, and yeah, big compliments go out to the DTD crew.
Absolutely, yeah, this is going to be a great game for us to continue to cover. Jamie Lee, is it going to 3-bet with ace-9 off? Jagger going to continue with the 8-9 of clubs. Doesn't know it, but he is dominated. King 6 deuce rainbow, typically going to favor the 3-better. Jamie decides to check. Some potential here for Jagger. Does have a bunch of backdoors working for him. He's going to go for it, Manny. You'd expect a small size in, probably around about a quarter pot. Yeah, like this from Jagger. Does Jamie have a plan in mind? No, he does not. Very nice pickup there for James. Just 9 high. Somewhat surprised there, Manny, that Jamie doesn't just c-bet this one small. Can fold out a lot of hands in Jagger's range. James going to pick it up with the small bet.
Oh, the plaques are out now.
Yeah, a little bit surprising, but very nice bet by Jagger. Maybe Jamie still thinking a little bit about that last hand where we bet a little bit too much maybe with Queen Jack. Now we don't want to do the same mistake again with ace-9, so getting that pot up. Jagger basically being with 9 high in a 3-bet pot here at the absolute bottom of his range. He also has the backdoor straight draw, the backdoor flush draw, so I really like to see a bet here as well. And if it doesn't work on the flop, you can still attack all those pocket pairs on the turn.
You just turn the 7 of clubs, don't you, Manny? Easy
Exactly.
game. Easy game. Nice pickup for James. You guys see our lineup, excuse me, from left to right. Mr. Jamie Lee, Nik Conlon, Jon McCann, Mitch Johnson, Ian Gascoigne, the man himself, Grimo, and Mr. James Jagger. This is our 10, 25, £50 cash game in our World Poker Tour 500 week here, coming to you from Dusk Till Dawn. Action back on Jamie Lee with the Jack 7 of spades. Is going to come in for a raise. Makes it 150 to go. Nik going to peel out of the small with 5-3 of clubs. This is very loose from Jon. He's also in there with the 6-4 off. Is there something we don't know here, Manny? Maybe 6-4 is like a hand they've chosen.
You're right.
Instead of the 7 deuce game.
It could be the hand of the year. I haven't heard it yet, but I'm gonna keep my eyes open.
Nik does flop best here with middle pair. Everybody is content to check.
What Greek island you up to? Oh, what Greek island, sorry.
Turn is a 7. Jamie now turning the best hand. Nik gonna fire out a little bet, trying to fold out some equity. Very interesting pot developing here, Manny. Jon with a potential semi-bluff candidate. I would suggest blocking the 6-8 does block the bottom set. Blocks the 2 pairs. Wouldn't be shocked to see a raise here. I really like this from Jon. Very nice.
You've been Santorini?
Typically a very nice hand to do this. I just doubt that Nik is the opponent to do this too.
Instagram islands.
Instagram islands, for sure.
Wouldn't be surprised to continue, to see him continue
I think
bunch
this
of
one
hands.
gets through. I think this gets
one
through,
gets
no
through.
problem.
We did. I went with my girlfriend.
I
Very
don't
well
think he's
played,
gonna
John.
fold a lot
We
of
did like the
9x or strong 7x.
Is it like Ian or
draws here.
something? We did like the spell like OIA, something like that.
Nicely
on
timed,
the
John.
mainland.
Yeah, like we like hiked round. It was like
6-4 off, Manny, eh?
7 kilometers or something.
That's the
But it
new
was
one.
hot. And then we went for like seafood and that.
I'm gonna write that down.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's definitely Instagram, but
Mr.
it's a
James
nice
Ablett
idea
in the
as well.
chat,
they're all-
5
yeah.
off. Has
Oh,
to
sorry,
be the
on,
hand of the
on the
year.
hike on
That guy keeps winning
Mykonos.
tournaments with it in
No,
Vegas.
no, in Santorini.
I'm sure you
Oh,
saw
right.
this, Manny, but
Went
there was
from
a young
Fera
gentleman.
to
Yeah.
I think
Ia.
Jeremy Becker, I hope
Okay,
that's
I'm not
correct. And he's won 8 tournaments at the win in about 2 weeks, Manny. He's won
Yeah, you
8
do.
dailies.
just
Coincidentally, that is the amount of tournaments myself and you have one
I
lifetime
first went to
to
Greek
put our
Islands,
results
mid-70s,
together.
and it was a struggle to
Yeah,
get
and
there.
I'm
You used to
including
fly
sit and
to
goes
Athens,
into this, so.
coach to Piraeus, boat from Piraeus out to the island.
Come on, what's going on
Now
there?
you can
8
go,
wins in 2
you
weeks,
know,
Manny. That's
jet
not
to
real.
fly
That can't be a
from
thing.
Doncaster to,
I'm not gonna
Limnos.
comment on that. I don't want to start any discussion.
I
about
do. We want the controversy. We want the controversy,
We
mate.
have enough
Well,
of
you're
that, but I
flying
think
to Athens
in
and then getting the boat from Athens.
any normal world where poker players play against other poker players with the same weapons, with the weapons of the mind.
Yeah,
He's
I
got the
don't know.
device, mate. That's what we call it when
I
someone goes
don't
on a
know.
run. He's got the device. Anyway, speaking of devices, Grimo, pocket nines, does open, picks up 3 callers, a bunch of suited connectors, and Nik in there with ace-5. Great flop for Grimo. Does have the overpair. Ian could get in some trouble here. Flops top pair. Grimo, I like this size in multi-way. Is it going to come in there for around about 2/3? May well pick up 2 callers here, Manny.
Yeah, he might. Since Nik has already called, and that was the one that is maybe a little bit on the thinner side.
Wow, Mitch with some nefarious thoughts, but does decide to get away. I would expect Ian to overcall here. Does indeed do so. We're going 3-way to the turn. Turn is the 7 of diamonds. Grimo still good. See if he knows it. Is going to continue firing. Good awareness here, Manny. Knows his hand's good. Gonna fire at half pot turn.
Yeah, definitely like the bet. Especially 9s probably want to bet here.
Yeah.
Need quite some protection. Yeah, he can still get value from worse hands, even though in a 3-way spot on this turn with this action, an 8 is already in a world of pain against this bet.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see that Ian doesn't like it.
No,
Not a set.
might have a James McGee's freeze.
Based on the body language alone, Manny, looks like he's going to fold here. And you couldn't fault him. Would be a good one. Yeah, well done, Ian. Nice laydown.
Oh, good fold. Yes.
That's why I asked.
Yeah, especially because, like, even if we call and improve our hand with a 6 or an 8, are we really gonna get any additional value from overpair? I doubt it.
500 with ace eight. And then
Fairly
you're
often in
mad.
both scenarios. So another reason for the laydown.
You call 500 with
Spike.
ace eight. I bet again. You think your ace eight's any good? And you're trying to get him for it.
No,
I
I'm
give you
just
nice info
want
to
know.
pass.
I know you do. I almost said I was going to say you're
Yes, definitely. Some people need to start drinking on this table.
Beautiful block with nines, isn't it?
John,
Yeah.
what are you having?
Thought he might have-
Huh?
6 8. I'm all right. It's the 6.
Mitch? Quick pint?
7 of diamonds instead.
Let's give me another Heineken.
As we let you guys listen into the table talk. Mr. Jagger once more, Manny, trying to get the table drunk. God loves a trier. I can respect that. Try and get the table even looser than it already is.
Sugar, darling.
You need to get up with the times, mate. You know, all that Jaeger bomb stuff was so 10 years ago.
I'm not on the eggs, I'm on the Heineken. Thank you.
Well, that's not, 'cause he's not
Oh,
even
Jaeger
good.
bombs would definitely change up the game even more.
You've lost 10. I'll count it. Don't you worry. You're in for 15.
That's
Win it.
thank you.
John here with the ace-6 of spades. Is going to make it 300 to go. Ian with a decision with pocket eights here. He is going to take the aggressive route. Makes it 1.2k to go.
Huh?
I like this, Manny. Out of position, straddled game.
Good man.
John going to be fairly wide on the button. That's one of those awkward ace-x suited combos that don't typically love to continue here. Obviously, the wheel aces doing a lot better than the ace-6. Yeah, I like this fold from John. Does let it go.
Yeah, very tricky to play out of position on a lot of boards, the pocket eights. So taking it down is
Too good, these
obviously always a good alternative.
guys. Too good.
Also, sometimes to just have that mid pair in your 3-betting range also helps, especially when those mid boards come down. So this time he gets the ace-6 to fold, which is also fairly fine. Always good to get equity out of the way, especially if you're playing out of position. Well done.
Yep, absolutely. Very nice pace at this table. Nobody taking too long. Getting lots of hands in on stream. As I've said earlier, guys, myself and Manuel, we will be here for the next 3.5 hours or so. Thank you very much for joining us. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. Very fun table to sweat. John back at it is going to open with the Jack 10. Mitch with King Jack in position. Looks like he's going to go for the 3-bet.
That was it. We did say we took it in turns to 3-bet is.
Does make it 900 to go. Nicely timed here from Mitch. You would expect this to work a lot. John not having it, Manny. Does come along. Gonna make the call out of position. You can see he is dominated. And wow, he's gonna get in some trouble. Inflated pot. Both flop top pair. This is the problem, Manny, with peeling with J10. Oh, out of position.
Yeah, a little bit surprising to see him fold the ace-6 suited in position and then continuing the Jack-10 offsuit out of position. But maybe he really wants to get involved versus Mitch. Is that a personal thing, John?
I think more that, you know, John and Mitch have played a lot together. John knows that Mitch is capable of being fairly light here on the button. As we can see, he was fairly light, but we have got ourselves into a very awkward spot post. This comes a low card on the turn, which it does. Going to be very difficult now for John. Doesn't have a club in his hand. Can expect Mitch to be barreling off here a good amount of the time. Seems like a pretty simple spot here, Manny, for Mitch to go for turn value and potentially a river jam.
Yeah, it's a little bit tricky. I mean, I don't mind checking this every once in a while, every now and then. Of course, it looks like a clear value. But, would rather bet queens here, for example. It's really nice to unblock that jack because I don't think we can expect John to continue super often with a 9 here. And then you got to ask yourself, what are you getting value from here with a king jack? And it's just a few jack X combinations left. Of course, lucky for him, John does have one of those.
Yep, would agree with your analysis for sure. John now in a very tricky spot. does call turn here, gonna have around about 2/3 pot back. And finds a very nice fold. Nice laydown, John. And Mitch picking up another one. And as they say in the trade, Manny, builders build. Mitch is building a very big stack up to around about 24k, I believe.
Yeah, maybe a reason for letting go here is that little 10 of diamonds in John's hand, of course, blocking the possible king 10 bluffs, blocking the possible queen 10 bluffs, maybe some 10-8 suited open-ender kind of shenanigans. Definitely here in the possible holdings. So having that 10 with the jack probably makes the top pair fold a little bit easier. Still very well analyzed situation here and very well done with the hero fold. He was right.
Gin and tonic is
Yeah, did well to minimize the damage.
The tonic has like a weird...
Yeah, interesting spot there if Mitch does find turn check. You know we have to think on the fly, Manny, right? Holding that king of clubs is a nice hand potentially to check turn. Blocking some of those king, queen, king 10 of clubs type combos that would have a lot of equity. Perhaps we could have checked turn and got a bit more value. In any case, we're nitpicking, Manny.
I mean, I don't mind the bet. It's just like one of those hands that you can occasionally, maybe, sometimes check.
It's right in the middle, right? Right in the middle of your value
it's totally
range.
fine to bet there as well.
Sure. So speaking of it being fine to bet, Grimo waking up with aces. Nik defending in the straddle once more with king 7. Fortunately for him, thus far, does not connect. Nik is going to check it over. You've seen he's not afraid to defend in these very marginal flop spots, Manny. If he goes for it here, going to be in some trouble. Looks like he wants to. He's going to let it go.
He does have an overcard again and the backdoor straight draw, so I would have expected him to at least continue maybe in the check raise. He has been the most creative player at the table so far. He finds the fold. Of course, when you see Grimo's holding here, it's very good that he got away from the king 7 that quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. You guys can see Mitch way out in front, 21k. Jagger just under 10k himself. Grimo with a very nice start at the stream table, up to a shade under £9,000.
You might get it back, but if not, bank transfer. We'll just settle up as soon as the session's over. You're going to play after? You're going to play after?
Yeah, probably for a bit, yeah.
Yeah, cool. Yeah. Come from Leeds, I don't want to play like 80 hands and go home.
There's a round of each, so I have to do it last.
No call.
Play 6 card after.
It's really bad that.
6 cards fine. As long as we play something.
Well, you play so few hands that when you do open, people think aces, kings, queens, ace, king, or nines. Yeah, nines. Only nines becomes eight cards.
But with the 10 back.
Yeah.
One piece.
Jagger here gonna open the action with the 8-9 of diamonds.
Lovely looking
I
hand.
might need this 5k after this unload. Oh, 10k. I might need 10k after this. Got 9 high like a boss again. Boss the fucking 9 high. Anyone giving you a tip today?
One of those pop culture in poker things, isn't it, Manny? 9 high like a boss. You think it's ever going away? People will still be saying it in 2044.
It depends. It depends on a lot of things.
I don't think we're going to go down the Will Kasuth discussion route, mate. That ship has sailed.
I had him once at a table in at my tournament. And normally you're not too amused to have him at your table, obviously, but it was the stone bubble, and he took some time off the clock, and I made them in cash with my short stack. So if there's ever perfect timing to get him at the table, it's definitely as a short stack in a bubble situation.
Go on, give me some of Mitch's money.
Jagger back into the action with King 7 of Hearts.
start getting through the super pros. Really?
Mitch with a very dusty looking
sure.
queen deuce, just going to let it go.
7 deuce. I've got a good hand.
Few pre-flop takedowns. No, we haven't had too many of those just yet.
Folding queen deuce.
Many flops, many turns, and a few rivers as well. Action-filled game so far in the first almost 1.5 hours now.
Yeah, as you guys can see, Mitch, Grimo, and John all in profit. Ian and Nick with a small loss. Jagger and Jamie, after that ambitious treble barrel bluff from Jamie Lee with the Queen Jack, both stuck around about 5 to 6k.
Do you want to wear my hat for a bit?
Plenty of time left to turn it around.
I don't know, probably, because the only reason I've lost money today is because the only reason I've lost money today is because I limped in with 7-8 off, so... That's my idea. Hey, Trips, what are you going to do?
Oh, that's
Folding? What folding? I should have linked this one as well.
Jamie in here for the second time with the 7 deuce, even though the 7 deuce game does not seem to run. Maybe kind of a favored hand type of situation.
Love for the game, love for the game. We are going to go three-way, all players with a 7. Jagger does flop best. Goes for the pot control flop check. Don't hate it three-way.
Sorry. Sorry.
All players check through the turn. You can see Jagger is still best. Mitch gonna go for a little bluff here, I would think.
I'm the most active player on here.
No, it's just gonna check. Jamie, you've got 7 high. You're gonna have to stab. Jagger's gonna snap this off, Manny, right? Not gonna fold him.
Snap call, you heard it.
Snap call has been announced. Plays Jagger. Pretty much got the max.
Big notes or little ones.
He's going to keep healing me with 7 deuce, yeah?
Try and get a strike on you. 3 bluffs through, that's 7 deuce.
It's because you didn't put the big bet in. Chuck a bag in there, obviously, a snap fold.
Nah.
I don't like the big bets.
Let you guys listen into the table talk. Manny, any plans for Vegas, my friend? Are you off to Sin City, or are you focusing on your streaming responsibilities, should we call it?
It will be a bunch of streaming this summer, yes. We're gonna be live 5 times per week on twitch.tv/neverfoldqueen5. Everybody make sure to give me a follow there. And then, as I have said the last 6 years, I'm gonna do Vegas next year, no worries.
I am off out there to chase the dream, my friend. Off for 6 weeks or so. Pretty jam-packed schedule for me. So had to miss the last one, so I'm looking forward very much to getting out there.
Well, let me have a percent, maybe one real percent of the main event, will ya?
Maybe throw you a sweat, my friend. You know, you never know. I'll be putting a big package together, so you know. I will let you know, my friend. Anyway, Jamie opening with the 8-9 off, picks up 3 callers. Everybody whiffing this board. Ace, deuce 5. Nick does have the best of it with just king high. Certainly can't know it. Jamie gonna find a c-bet here with just 9 high. Should work. Be very difficult for anyone to continue. Nice pickup for Jamie Lee. You guys see the chip stacks in front of you. It gives me a quick chance to tell you what is happening at Dusk Till Dawn this week in terms of tournament action. As I'd already been mentioning, guys, we've got the WPT 500 main event. If you want a satellite in, there are 20 seat guarantees on Thursday and Friday night. £85 buy-in. The main event is a £560 buy-in event. £500,000 guaranteed. We got day ones for that on Friday and Saturday, starting at 12 o'clock at Dusk Till Dawn in Nottingham. So please get in the mix if you're in the area and you love your tournament poker. Day 2 of the 500 is on Sunday, and the final day will be streamed on YouTube by ourselves. And yeah, final day, Monday the 29th, going to be a big prize pool. We also have the 2K High Roller, which kicks off tomorrow, guys. 100k guarantee, 5 o'clock start if you want to get involved there. And there is also the WPT High Roller, £1,100 buy-in, 100k guaranteed. Day 1 on Sunday. If you do not make day 2 of the main, you may want to flick it in. Day 2 on Monday. Lots of action, of course, as always at Dusk Till Dawn. Cash tournaments, different poker variants. Home of European poker, baby. Get yourselves in the mix. Speaking of in the mix, Manny, big clash incoming. Ian has flop top 2. Jon on the button here with bottom pair and the flush draw. Could see a lot of money go in.
I definitely expect to see a check raise here with the ace-10. And it's going to be very interesting to see how Jon reacts if he decides to just rip it or if he wants to take a turn, because those ace-10 3 boards are fairly under-bluffed, I would say.
Sure. Wouldn't be surprised to see Jon run this one. We do block some potential 2 pairs, like an ace-3 or a 10-3 suited. But as you say, Manny, people are not often check raise bluffing these textures. Of course, Jon not going to be folding. He'll just be trying to decide if he wants to run it or not. Yeah, and he does decide to. Not that surprised to see it. Going to be a very easy call here for Ian, and we have got a pot of £11,000. Jon looking for a 3 or a club. Of course, we can see a 4 will be no good. Great spot here for Ian Gascoigne.
Well, running 4s are good. Shall we ask for
Running 4s
something?
Indeed. Does have some backdoor wheel draws, but the turn is a 6. First run out. I believe they're running it twice. Jon makes his flush. They are going to chop this one up.
Seems fair.
Fair result, Manny.
Lots of chops when they run it twice, of course. When equities run that close, Ian was a small favorite here though, with 65%, but still, Jon very likely to get here at least once with this specific holding, which happens. They both share £160.
Keep talking to yourself. Because nobody's fucking listening to you. No. Yeah, 10.
Yeah, definitely interesting jam here. You really want to see 2 cards. I do get the thinking behind that jam. Also, you might hold 1 pair holdings.
Thinking this one through.
They can get it in versus flush draws
What would you say,
only.
Lee?
Sure.
Crazy move, wasn't it?
So
Ian, what would you say on the commentary?
Pardon?
What would you say on the commentary regarding that hand?
I say aggressive play here, but you know.
Get down to Nottingham, the home of UK poker.
This is where people go all in with bottom pair.
James
and 4-5
McGee's, they were
flush
James
draw.
McGee's.
Exactly, James McGee's.
James McGee's.
Even the 100.
Gascoigne was very unlucky
Can't give
there.
this one a miss.
Also, do you know?
Very friendly table talk. They are trying to decide, Manny, what we would say in the booth about that hand. You want to take that one?
oh well, fairly standard, right?
Yeah, it's pretty reasonable to get it in, right?
Yeah, I like the way both played it. Of course, there are some reasons to only call there, but I think the jam performs a little bit better with the 4-3 suited. We really want to see 2 more cards. And I mean, top 2 pair, that plays itself.
Yeah, so if you watch the stream back, guys, you're both superstars. Play to perfection. Yeah, pretty normal, pretty normal. Speaking of not normal, Jagger gonna get a bit out of line here. Gonna go up for the 3-bet with 9-6 of diamonds. Pretty nicely timed, it would seem. But Mitch Doesn't want to fold his ace-6 of hearts just yet. And here we go. He sniffs it out, man. He's going to 4-bet. Beautiful timing here from Mitch. Very nice. Makes it 2.6.
Both moves not standard. They seem to. No, otherwise
Look at this. Jagger
explain
take
this
a flop. Wow. We have 5.4k in the middle with ace-6 of hearts versus 9-6 of diamonds. Strap yourselves in. Very interesting if this board bricks both players.
Oh,
and wow.
it does not.
Oh wow, we could potentially have a 22k pot here. Mitch flopping the nut flush draw. Jagger with that somewhat out of line peel. Does flop an open ender with backdoor diamonds of his own. Very interesting, Manny. Is Mitch always going to c-bet here? He should check sometimes, right?
It's a 4-bet pot, and it was snap called as well. I think we don't mind getting some folds, immediate folds here, betting this. We don't mind getting Jagger, giving him a chance to jam his king queens or queen 10 of hearts. Or his 9-6 of diamonds. I don't think that is what Mitch is thinking about right now, but there are some really good scenarios when we bet. Yeah, and we might even get a call and then build some additional fold equity on the turn, win an even better
Jagger's
pot.
going to send this for sure.
Yeah, I think so too.
Here we go, guys. Massive pot. £22,000 in the middle. Jagger is not going to like to see what hand Mitch is holding.
Come on your backs.
You can see Mitch a pretty large favourite here. Huge pot.
And the chips are flying in here at Dusk Till Dawn. Nobody's actually got anything at the moment.
That'll do. Brick that.
Jagger looks happy with the first run out. Gets there on the turn. And wow, Mitch hoping to chop this up now.
Oh, he always gets out of it. He always gets out of it.
9 of spades.
Looks as if the nut flush just drills in on the turn. Once more, Manny, another flip pot.
And here we are at Dusk Till Dawn, where it's
This time's equity not running so close. Mitch being a huge favorite here. And we just said the last all-in, fairly standard. This one, not so much. Very creative. I mean, we end up in a 4-bet pot with these holdings.
Jagger, that was a challenge just to one-time him there.
I think it was
The game would have
fairly
If I had
easy to
unlimited,
predict what's going to
I would
happen.
have snapped one time.
Yeah, Jagger, one of my favourite players to commentate on.
I mean, like,
You
unlimited,
never know
like,
exactly
I
what is
mean,
going to
unlimited
happen,
to
man.
get into the
Always
game.
get involved.
I'm still waiting on this 5k from
I know.
Wadey.
I don't know where Wadey's gone. He's
If I had
disappeared.
the 5k from Wadey, I might have just one time.
Wadey?
If
No,
you
no,
did
no,
not
no,
believe
no.
this is an action-filled cash game, now you do.
Can you see it? Yeah.
Very amazing hand.
That was a sick one to get scooped on. That was a sick one to get scooped on.
Oh, honestly, when I bang the first one off like that and I hold, I'm thinking 9 of spades on the second one. Getting nicely
We've all
steamed
gone
up.
crazy.
Straight back to the desk on his looks on.
they've all gone mad.
Yeah, we've all gone crazy.
Just the casual 4-bet pot.
Did you not just hold that free?
Shut up, no way. Why am I going to fold that?
Big lick, yeah?
As we expected, guys, extremely fun dynamics developing. This has been great to watch, Manny, so far. Ton of action. Can only expect it to get more and more action-packed as we go. Guys, anyone just joining us, this is our 10, 25, £50 straddle cash game. World Poker Tour week at Dusk Till Dawn. Tournaments and cash are constantly running, guys. Here at DTD in Nottingham, Mitch back in the mix with pocket sevens, opening in the cutoff. Nik does decide to let the Queen 5 go. Manuel never fold Queen 5. What's going on, brother?
You're not playing.
Hate to see it. I never fold that hand.
I'm not going to lie to you. I think I fold it 100% of the time. Offsuit.
Well, does Mitch run really good?
Such a lovely hand.
Does he run
Really
unbelievable?
close this
Once you
place.
get to the river, you always win something.
That's a 3-bet in hand.
Every time I've seen you, I don't think I've ever seen you win. Oh, did you? How much you win?
And then you get the mid roll.
I believe the graphic in front of Mitch there is incorrect. He did chop up that last pot, so we'll get working on that. But he is working with around about 22,000, I believe.
Yeah, that's my.
No, I've never seen you win in private.
I play loose in these kind of games to get invited.
I've heard about you win, but I've never seen you win.
Clean up.
Well, you know, you knew your customer, didn't you? If you know you're going to get me to put it in with dominating hand. Piece open at 2.6k to go. That's nice.
Now Ian Gascoigne is going to open with the King 10. Jamie in the big with pocket 8 does decide to call.
What do you say?
Nik Conlon in there, Manny. He likes to get in the mix. Jack 7 off, not typically a hand we're going to overcall. He is in there. Ace, queen, deuce, flop. Jamie still good with pocket 8s, of course, will not know it. Ian very likely to take this down with a C-bet.
Yeah, I think so too. Fairly tough spot, especially with Nick behind for Jamie to continue.
Yeah.
Ian with that gut shot equity and the betting lead pre-flop. Fairly easy c-bet, a nice pot here for Mr. Gascoigne.
Yes, indeed. You guys see the stacks in front of you. Jagger and Mitch with the most money in front of them. We believe Mitch's stack, guys, is not 32k. Sure, he chopped that pot with the ace-6 of hearts against Mr. James Jagger. I believe he's working with around about 22 to 22k. Get that changed.
Why do you have just like a little like a gin and tonic? It's like a little like sharpener in it.
Why do you not go to the toilet, have a wash, shake your head and say, I need to...
Well, I did. Well, I chopped a hand. I should have one time, Mitch. What am I doing in my life? It's so silly.
Action folds round to Grimo in the cutoff.
Yeah, once.
No, I'm
He's
really
going to
silly.
open with the King Jack off. Look at this. Jagger feeling the action. Is going to do that with the 10-4 of clubs.
When you got the goods, you got the
We've
goods.
seen from
Put some
James
money in the
whenever
pot.
he's on stream,
You know how it is,
unafraid to
Ian.
get in the mix with some non-standard holdings.
Oh, God. Oh, God.
Gonna work.
And he's showing it as well.
Oh,
Quite a
maybe get to see it.
few hand selections here that you would classify as out of range.
That's what you do. You
But
just attack
he
the weak players, right?
really puts on the
You attack the
pressure
mix.
on their opponents.
That's what you do to me
This
with
time
6-8.
he gets King Jack to fold.
Jagger really good for the game, and of course when he has a real hand, this image of wildness, Manny, can work in his favor.
How are you going to help me win all the money?
We'll get Mitch on tilt for you.
It's Nick, right? You're very silent today. You alright?
We dip into the comments in the YouTube streets.
Oh, you're
Mr.
killing it.
Stephen Rowe buzzing for the World Poker Tour sat. Are there other tourneys scheduled, not included? And our wonderful team, DTD Live, there is a DTD Super 50 on Monday the 29th. Guys, if you want to keep up with any of our schedule or things that are coming at Dusk Till Dawn, please check out our social media at DTD Club and at DTD Live. You can follow these pages on Twitter and Instagram for all news Dusk Till Dawn. Ian back into the mix, opening King 9 of diamonds. Jon is going to complete in the big blind. Mitch in the straddle with
Response as
Queen
well.
10 comes along.
Spicy chicken pasta? No. Does that spicy chicken pasta give anyone else the shit?
All the players sharing whole cards, all brick the ace-6 deuce.
Nah.
Another spot here for Ian where he could just pick it up with a c-bet.
Yeah, very similar to the last hand. Of course, not a similar board, but Ian with the betting lead once more. Just a standard c-bet will most likely work, and it does in this case again.
What do you get from the curry house?
Well, it's like fucking mastermind, this, isn't it?
Yep, very nice little run for Ian. Gets Jon to fold the better hand.
Do you like spies?
You know why people wear headphones when playing poker? Fucking stop listening to this dribble. Oh dear.
I don't know what you want from me. Like, I've come all the way from Leeds. I'm not just going to sit
We know
here.
you're from Leeds, you've said it 15 times.
No, but I've come all the way here like it's a long way. It takes a long way to get here.
C8 is from Leeds. In case you've not picked that up.
You're only here because it's the World Poker Tour. Otherwise, it'd just be.
Oh yeah, if it wasn't. It's the World Poker
We
Tour.
had to have a foreigner here, so.
Yeah, mate, it's fucking down Leeds.
We'll be slumming around.
Oi, put the 100 straddle on your neck.
No.
Come on, man.
No,
He's from Nottingham,
no,
Oh, here we go.
Put it on for him.
down for me. Put two on. Go on, the day.
There it is.
There it is, the straddle. I didn't put it on, crazy horse put it
Fucking
on.
hell.
Crazy horse, hey, crazy horse.
This is what he meant about helping you, see?
Huh?
This is
Yeah,
what he
this
meant about helping
is how he helps me get the lot. Yeah, exactly. I've got the 200 straddle on, and then I wake up with the goods. I'm 96 suited and that. Make a
set you up.
Everybody enjoying themselves, guys, at this table. Of course, we love to let you listen in to the table talk as often as possible.
Too much of a raise.
Is it?
Felt like James Jagger paid the straddle
Glasses are down.
for
Yeah, we have a double
Grimo,
straddle.
and just so he could restraddle to 200, and now Jamie attacking that
Checking the dial.
with the 550 raise.
That does open wide with the jack-8. Jagger going to defend the 6-4. 6-4 off, Manuel. Seems to be the hand of choice. Did see Jamie miss a c-bet opportunity with ace-9 earlier. Don't think he's going to miss this one. Is going to bet small. Jagger going to get out of the way.
Not this time. Wish I could show that one.
King Jack.
Who's free?
Next time, yeah.
And that's just an easy 735 pounds
Do you want to go on the sunbed?
that he adds to his stack. But just an open raise and a mandatory c-bet.
Yeah, pots are getting big.
Looks like a ghost.
This looks like a really fun game to play, man.
It's no in Leeds.
Yeah, definitely.
I just got back from Texas.
I would
but
love
yeah,
to be in there. Sadly, I'm just about, what was it, buy in 5k?
Yeah.
4,950 pounds short.
It's personally made, yeah. Well, I was going to do a
We'll need to start a GoFundMe for you, Manuel. We'll get you over here.
Just seat change, please.
We'll get you in the streets.
Seat change.
Barry likes
And Nick gonna mix a limp in here, it would seem. Unless we have a graphic
How much
error.
was it? Oh, we were supposed to guess.
Well, Ian waking up with the kings.
They're quite expensive. I remember when I was in I'm going to say
Gonna be bumping this one up for sure, and that is a hefty
What
raise.
do you say, Barry?
Gonna make it 1,200.
Oh, you see, you go for the cheap option.
come with the glasses.
1,800?
Fuck off.
No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
Jamie Lee, does he have something?
But
Oh, he sure does. Has the ace-jack of diamonds.
Yeah, the shape's this one as well.
Gonna
but
be
the
in
shape's
very
like steam or
choppy
something.
waters if he continues here.
No, man. Doyle Brunson just passed away. And
Yeah, well, what's he going to do for me, mate?
I'm a big poker fan. Like, I thought, you know, I'm going to get the nice cowboy hat, and I played.
Does decide to call.
Packed outside there.
Interestingly here, Nick's limp has really inflated this pot pre.
Buy like a nice souvenir.
2.8k in the middle. Jamie with just a shade over pot behind.
Did he bring us any presents? Huh? Did he bring us any presents?
Oh, I've got this for you.
This is a disaster of a flop for Jamie. He's going to be saying goodbye, Manny, to that £3,500 unless he improves. Can't imagine he ever folds to your post.
I'm bad from Grosvenor.
It's just a flop where it always goes in. There's also no reason to slow play ace-jack on this board, I think. It's just going to go bet, jam, call.
Yeah.
Fairly quick. Let's see if they run it twice. Once more.
See Nick with an ace pre, so it's going to be drawn to 5 outs here, Jamie.
Do you? No. You folded king queen. God, you're side.
I think that we have a graphic error here, Manny. I have just realized. Jamie has 5 plaques in front of him, which is 5k. Plus all the chips behind. Yeah, so he actually has a lot more than the 3.5k that we see on screen. Is going to raise, and Ian snap sends it. So it's a bigger pot than we had foreseen. And Jamie hasn't called yet.
Yeah, now if we're this deep, obviously this doesn't feel very good, especially the snap jam here.
Sure.
Was it good out there, Jagger?
I mean,
Was it good out there?
it could be theoretically ace king of spades or something. Still, it is a painful spot with the ace jack.
Yeah, I went out with my girlfriend.
It does look as if Ian has 6k on the graphics. If you listen in, perhaps has a shade more.
Semi-private games in the casino. But like, it's really good. Games start like 2 p.m. finish at like midnight. 7 bitcoins to Doug Cole. Yeah, games start at 2, finish at 12. So it's really good. Like it's like
Yeah, perfect.
5-9 there. Fun.
5-9.
There was tournaments there, wasn't there? Like a
I played
tournament.
that 3k. Yeah, that was about it.
Credit to him taking his time here, realizing that the situation is looking not so bright for ace jack here, but he's about to be priced in.
Wow.
Definitely can understand the call once we raise, and as we expected, this is going
Twice, yeah?
all in. Huge pot.
Very difficult to get away from top here. And here we go. Turn is the 10 of clubs. No good for Jamie. First board is all Ian Gascoigne. I believe they're running it twice. And look at that. Ian is going to scoop. Turns Jamie dead. Top set of kings. Very nice hand for Ian.
Yeah, John, you be able to start that 5?
I'll try, yeah. I can find him.
Looks as if that was likely a pot of about 15k, Manny.
Yeah, well played, Mr. Gascoigne. Very nice holding, locking up the 100% on the turn there with the set on the second board. And for Jamie, we've been talking, what a nice feeling that must be to sit there with an early double.
Sure.
Everything is going smooth. Now things have turned. A very bad run here in the last couple of hands, basically losing every big clash, and now with a big minus, I believe.
Yeah, did run that big bluff against the nut flush of Mitch, and of course they are flopping top. Very difficult to get away, as we have seen lots of inflated pots here pre, guys, with the straddles involved. Yeah, choppy waters for Mr. Lee. Will be looking to recover. Nice pot though for Ian with the full scoop with the pocket kings.
I'm playing the seniors, obviously.
Are they soft?
People say they are, but yeah, they are pretty soft. Yeah.
Yeah, amazing numbers here for Mr. Gascoigne winning that big pot, and also amazing numbers on our live stream. Thank you so much. 160 viewers at this point, tuning in, listening to my voice, and of course the wonderful voice of Andrew John Hedley.
What a gentleman you are, Manny. People come for the commentary, mate, and they stay for the poker. That's what I like to tell myself. And Mr. Jagger, he's at it again. Is it going to squeeze here with 10-8 clubs? Definitely a nice combo to use. Mitch, though, with a premium of his own, ace queen on the button. Don't expect him to fold this pre, really, ever. He knows how out of line James can get. Has decided just to call. Interesting spot here now for Grimo. Was getting a reasonable price with his suited ace X, but is going to fold. And it is round 3, I believe, of James Jagger versus Mitch Johnson.
Absolutely amazing, the pot size again. There's again 3,000 pounds in the middle. I think the last couple of hands, the last few hands were all.
Oh my word, what a flop! Ace Queen 9-2 clubs. Wow, and they are going to clash huge again here, Manny. Mitch here with basically stone top of range, top 2 pair. Very interesting. Would expect him just to call here, Manny, right?
Yeah, I believe this is always a call in position with top 2. Of course, some ugly turns could come, like a club, maybe jack or 10, you know.
Little does he know, right? Little does he know how live Jagger is drawing. Wow, the turn, the 10 of diamonds. Jagger does improve to a pair of 10s to go with his flush draw. Mitch, of course, never going anywhere.
Super interesting turn spot here, especially if you watch it from the view of James Jagger. We do really want to put pressure on some 1-pair holdings, I believe, blocking some potential 2 pairs with a 10 now, because our 10 is never going to be good here, right?
Absolutely, and on a board this wet, you'd expect Mitch just to send it now, I believe. We can get called by a worse 2 pair, called by some draws. You know, this board very, very wet, and our hand is vulnerable. I'd expect a shove here, Manny. What do you think?
I mean, it's a little bit tricky as well. If you perceive to let Jagger barrel off a hand, like maybe King 10 without any diamonds or clubs, if he's perceiving him this wide, then there's definitely some reason for calling only as well. But I do get the shove as well, as you mentioned. Very wet board. And 67% favorite.
Another massive pot between these two. 22,000 going to the river. Will we see some sickness? Are they going to run it twice? You would think so. Mitch in great shape here.
That's good. Club on the next one.
I believe Jagger has drilled the first one. Dust river is straight. They are going to chop it up once more. Massive action, Manny. Huge pots. Brilliant to watch.
Yeah, that was an amazing hand. I really feel a little bit sad for Mitch here. He has been getting it in so good. But chopping it again versus Mr. Jagger.
Mitch and Jagger building up a very nice dynamic between the two. Both slugging it out of the belt, Manny. We're going to have to get as many boxing references in as possible now. Had round 3.
Well played, Mitch.
Ding ding. Who's going to land the knockout? Okay, I'll stop.
Yeah, if the dealer can deliver flops like this again, we're definitely going to have more rounds than 3 on this fight.
Highlight videos. Mitch versus
Absolutely love to watch James play. Very unpredictable.
Yeah, that's right.
Not afraid to squeeze, keep it light.
Run it twice.
Yeah, it's boring. I don't like running it twice. Next time I get all in with you, I'm running it
Super
once.
interesting stream so far. Guys, if you are just joining us, this is our World Poker Tour 500 week at Dusk Till Dawn in Nottingham.
I'm going to have some food as well.
And this is our 10 at 25, £50 cash game edition.
1 point.
Incredible action so far. Lots of massive pots.
10.5, something like that. 10.5, 10.5.
I'll only have something light, you see, because I'm a bit of an athlete, obviously.
I must say I really like the table size as well. Seven-handed is just amazing for a cash game like this. It's action-filled. You have many pots. On nine-handed cash game tables, the action can get a little bit slow sometimes. And if it's too little amount of players, you have the problem that there's a lot of blinds picking up, not many flops. So I think this 7 max is really brilliant for this type of cash game.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there, Manny. That's a really good point. Action has been very quick, which is great for the viewing experience. And yeah, 7 seems like a really good number.
Queen 10 suited, Barry.
Great table. Very much enjoying it here in the booth. I feel like a poker fan myself. Jagger driving the action in there again with the King 4. And Grimo has flopped the nuts here. Grimo, excuse me.
You did it again!
I did it again,
Andrew.
mate. I've got grimming on the brain. What can I tell you? He has flopped the nuts. And this is working out beautifully to get in a large check raise. As we can see, though, probably not going to get action from either of these two holdings, unfortunately for Grimo. Is going to bump it up to 1.2k. 1.5, excuse me. Nice pot for Grimo.
Yeah, they could have.
Fortunately for him, it's two opponents close to the bottom of the range continue. Especially in a big check raise pot.
I mean, if I see the VPIPs here at this table, I'm pretty happy. I'm not sitting there. It would be such a shame to have a 15 after my name.
Mitch, can I have the 5?
15, that's very optimistic, Manny. Yeah, this is great to watch. Nobody shy about putting in the money.
Yeah, you had to set the trap, yeah.
Mitch Johnson, I believe, currently our big winner at the table.
I had King 4 off.
Things can change quickly. We saw he had a terrible start, getting stacked on hand 3. Since then, it has been pretty much all Mitch. His stack has been adjusted back to 22k. Going to open up the action in the hijack with King Queen. I feel like Jagger just permanently wants to play pots, Manny. Here he goes again.
Yeah, he gets dealt those holdings that look a little bit attractive with some fantasy. You know, 9-6 suited.
No.
Was in there with an 8-6
Time for a
suited
boxing
earlier.
reference, Manny. Give me your best one.
No, I can't do that. I'll get in trouble with my girlfriend.
With King Queen. Too happy about it on this occasion.
Oh, you don't have the A6 of hearts this
Ah,
time.
he's going to let this
I got
one
the same
go.
hand when you had the A6 of hearts. I'm all about, you know...
Bank manager's here.
6?
Cheers, Worthy.
Cheers, Worthy.
Jagger does take that one down pre. As you saw, local Dusk Till Dawn legend Wadey there. Bringing over a little drop-off of some money, I believe, to Jagger. If he keeps 3-betting 9-6 suited, Manny, you might need it.
Well, so far it has been working out for him, at least. At least, every once in a while, the 9-6, he gets half of the money back at least, usually.
Very good for the game, Mr. Jagger. Cards back in the air. Jamie Lee looking to recover after a rocky spell. Does fold round to Nik in the big. Gonna complete with ace-8. We are gonna go 3-way. Mitch content to check from the straddle with 7-5. What a flop for Jon McCann. Flops the stone nuts. With Queen 10. Very ill-timed stab here from Nik. Gonna bet 200. Very nice spot for Jon here to slow play. Does decide to just call.
Yeah, not too much to worry about with stone nuts, not even a flush draw out there. One of the worst turns he could possibly think of with the Queen of Hearts. Destroy the action.
No,
Yeah,
I don't
Nik
know.
does
I've not
shut
been
it
off.
down.
I've only just kind of semi-retired.
Checks
so I'm a
over
bit
to
more
Jon.
free in my life, so.
It's definitely a front volley tour. Yeah, go World Series, play the main.
Golf and poker, yeah.
Jon does come in for a bet of around about half pot. Very difficult to imagine Nik continuing, but he does make the call, Manny.
What are you going to do when you retire?
Pretty surprised to see this.
You retire?
It's never worked, mate.
There must be some river
Just like your
shenanigans
sunbeds and-
he's thinking about, because like the line cannot be check, call, check, fold, right?
Yeah, you've called it. Unfortunately for him, he is never getting this one through. Jon with a very easy river call.
And just if you just play a
Picks up a
Nice
nice
pot,
pot.
Cheers, mate.
4.2k.
Kind of got you paid.
Take it. I'll take the run out.
and I could get invited to so many golf days. Just as it gets.
And then one bites the dust.
The stacks in front of you. Mitch still out front, 21k. And Gascoigne after that very nice run of hands up to 12.2. Jagger on 11.
You like desperados, don't you?
Maybe Lee has loaded back to 11.5k. That's right.
I drink everyone else drinks.
I'll drink
Jon
tonic.
up to 7.
Yeah, gin and tonic. Nick,
Yeah.
what would you like to drink?
Yeah, I'm not drinking, mate.
Do you have one, like just a gin and
Currently
tea?
table
I
short
don't drink
stack.
one, mate. That's not bad. One turns into 100.
Correct, mate. I'll have a tonic.
Well, let's do 100. I'm here till everyone's here. You straddling 100,
Charging
yeah?
5% commission fee. Being the middleman in your transaction.
150. Ali, come on, seat open. Let's go.
Get your Nick's like gather off and I'll come and play. Richard's playing the room. What's he doing?
Oh, he's winning all the money, that's what he's doing.
Hey, he's a Nick.
He hasn't left that 15-bedroom mansion to come and play with you guys for no reason.
More than 15, isn't
It's
it?
only 15.
I tell you what, he's probably the most active
That's his
player.
holiday home, that one.
Yeah, he is. I'm telling
Who's
you.
got the highest VT at the moment?
Who's got the lowest? Who's got the
Nick's
lowest?
had the lowest for a while, but he's redeemed himself.
Who's got the highest?
I might be you, actually.
Sounds about right.
We jump back into the action. Potential for a large clash. We have gone 5-way pre. Mitch and Jagger once again are going to be after each other here. Mitch with the king high flush draw, Jagger with the nut flush draw. Nick with top pair. A diamond will be carnage here, Manny, if it materializes.
Yeah, diamond, and we're gonna see it going absolutely wild.
What is turn that is for Mitch. Does turn the straight.
Gay boy.
Gay boy.
Wow, Nick still firing.
You're grown,
Another misstep here from Nick.
Embarrassing.
Not too sure what we achieve here by barreling into two ranges. Just top pair. Is it gonna lead though? Around about a third pot. Mitch now with the second nuts and the flush.
Change my mind.
Excuse me, and the backup flush draw.
Yeah, I
Just
think
in a call.
really like the call, and Jagger now obviously getting the right odds in position to peel one, pray for a diamond, and if a diamond comes, this is gonna be trouble for Mitch.
Absolutely.
Any cherries?
Fortunately for Mitch, the board does brick out. 6 on the river. Nick is going to slow it down. Of course, Mitch can't know this, but would it be best served here by checking river? Possibly allow Jagger to bluff, even though he's unlikely to bluff brick diamonds too often. Of course, we can see the cards in the booth. Looks like he's going to go for value here, Manny. Pretty normal.
Oh, it's quite of a big bet. I'm a little bit surprised.
Jagger with the fake pump. Yeah, Mitch here goes for almost 1.5x pot.
And wow, Nick has not folded yet. Mitch may be thinking that Nik is never gonna fold a 5 here in case he somehow has one. Therefore, just going for the absolute maximum value. Typically on those 4-card straight boards where there's gut shots 2 straight, like 1 card to the straight, we see a lot of small betting, especially multi-way. But he must have in mind that maybe Nik will not let go his holding. Wow! He calls.
Mitch Johnson, you sir are a wizard, somehow gets called here. And Nik, the radar is way off. Does make the hero call, just a pair of jacks.
Oh my god.
Wow. Did not expect to see that get called, Manny. And Mitch raking in another 5-figure pot. £10,200, and he is crushing this game. Up to 27,000 in front of him. Very surprised, Manny, to see that call.
And this is what poker sometimes is about. The solver will not tell you to ever go 1.5x pot here on the river in a 3-way scenario, but he has a feeling that Nik will just pay him off with worse if he uses the huge river sizing, and sometimes it's important to have those reads on your opponents, and then you make those adjustments, and then you walk home with a bunch of British pounds. Look at that stack. Oh, well done, I mean.
Look at that stack indeed.
Easy. That chicken pasta's good.
I quite like the homemade meatballs actually.
The what?
How about that last one? Quite nice.
Which one?
The meatball.
Oh, right, yeah.
Got anyone on the list?
Yeah, and we are quiet. If he would have folded, we would have said that was a greedy bet. Now there's nothing for us to say. When he calls, that is just a genius play.
It's quite a big game to think.
Yeah, Mitch, very experienced. I'd imagine he's played a lot of poker with James and Nik. Somehow gets to max.
I need another card.
Very nicely done. Up to 27,000 in front of him. Cards back in the air. Jamie Lee gonna open the action with the ace-9.
Is everyone alright?
Ian going duck hunting, does make the call with the deuces.
Quack, quack. Only one left.
And then the biggest surprise of the night, Jagger finds a hand that he didn't want to play.
He just stood up. He just had to go somewhere. Didn't have anything to do with his hand.
Jamie does flop top pair. Unfortunately for him, Ian with just a pair of deuces, you would expect just a very quick check fold. Unless Ian has some plans in mind. Can he find it, Manny? This would be sickness.
No. I mean, there has been a lot of creative play here. But I just think...
Find it, Ian, find it. Oh. This game has been, of course, action-packed. I feel like we're turning into fanboys in the booths here, Manny. Killing more blood on the belt. Jamie picking up a nice small pot. C-bet. See, guys, Mitch, £24,000 profit. Nice work if you get it. Ian and Grimo both with a healthy profit themselves. Jon up 2k. The moment Jagger and Jamie heavily in the red, we'll be looking to turn that around. The last sort of 2.5 hours or so of our coverage.
So you said Sam Clark? Yeah, that's him.
Where's Carl tonight? I thought he'd have been there.
I'm just hearing from our team that we have a new player about to arrive. We'll leave it as a surprise, Manny. Mitch opens the button with King 9. Ian is going to complete with the 7-5 suited. Jon McCann in the straddle does wake up with pocket eights. Looks as if he is just going to call. We do go three-way. Flop is Jack 9-5 with 2 hearts. Mitch once again flops best. His middle pair does pip John's eights. You'd expect to see this check through quite often multi-way. Does happen. And clubs on the turn. Mitch still good.
Actually giving a straight draw to every player. Ian now with the gut shot to the 8. Mitch now with an additional gut shot with the queen, and John with an open ender.
Yeah, all 3 players content to check once more. Mitch improves the trip 9s on the river. Would expect this to check to him a good amount of the time. Interestingly, Ian reaching for chips. He's going to bet around about half pot. Not too sure what this is, Manny. Probably too thin to be a value bet. Seems a bit unnecessary to bluff here also.
I think it's a bluff.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's a bluff.
It has to be a bluff, attacking probably exactly those holdings that John has.
I think he's going to get called in 2 spots here.
Are you playing after?
Mitch can't raise here, right? That would be too thin.
I'm ready.
No, there can be flushes out there. There can theoretically be some full houses even that slow played 2 pair. We're going for the check raise on both streets. And of course the straights that beat us. This is just always a call.
Yeah, I think so.
Ace flush.
Ace flush?
Ace flush.
And Mitch continues to build.
That would be a good hand though, right?
Yeah, it would be,
We've got
yeah.
1 pair.
Third, second.
Somehow
If you dad that, you
finds
take a lot
a
longer than
bet
that
and
Mitch did.
all in front of him. He's going to scoop again with the trip 9.
Oh my god! He's such a rat!
Army thing.
Not a great feeling that, Manny, is it, when you make a good call with the 8s? And right behind you get overcalled. That 500 goodbye.
Yeah, that's always a little bit tricky in those multi-way spots. You always have to keep in mind, there is someone behind me, even if my instincts are right.
It honestly looked as if no one had any.
This game continues to be the Mitch Johnson show. Had an extremely strong first couple of hours as we have a look in the YouTube chat streets. Good evening, everybody, if you're just joining us. Mike Leonard says, all right, lads, what's happening here? Well, Mr. Leonard, what's happening here is 10, 25, 50 pound no limit hold'em. Action has been fast and furious, to say the least. Ali G, sup guys? Production has improved immensely since a few weeks ago. Thank you very much, my friend. We have to give a shout out to our team at Dusk Till Dawn. Working extremely hard. We are tweaking, making improvements all the time. Tons of streamed content will be coming your way from Dusk Till Dawn over the next year or so. Beautiful setup. We are getting everything in place to bring you the best production quality we possibly can. Appreciate the support. Apparently Mitch keeps getting lucky not to get scooped by Jagger. Difficult to argue, not gonna lie. Mitch running pure. And Grimo does call from the small with Jack 10. Jamie gonna go ahead and bump it up to 450 with ace queen. John looks as if he's gonna come in for a 3-bet here. Case of bad timing, Manny. Dominated by Jamie's ace queen.
Yeah, interesting dynamic with the straddles going on here. Gonna be interesting to see if Jamie finds the 4-bet with the ace queen. The ace queen normally a holding that does a bunch of 4-betting. But I can see that we're fairly shallow. Maybe you don't want to get it in versus yeah, a 3-bet that looks fairly strong. Oh, we're gonna go to flop, and
wow.
that's a Uber.
Jon McCann is in severe danger of being stacked. Going to be extremely difficult to get away here. I think in an inflated pot such as this, Manny, almost never getting away, right?
No.
Very tough.
This is top range versus top range.
Yeah.
Let's get it in.
Jamie can probably just call here, right? And just hope that Jon keeps betting.
I think so. We
Yeah,
also have
I
the
don't think
addition
there's
of
much
Queen
reason
of
to
Hearts.
raise.
Yeah, we do have position as well. Do we have position or are we out of position?
No, we're out of position, but
We're out
Jon
of
is
position,
gonna have less than pot behind. I'd like to see a
Yeah.
call here. Yeah, this is very nicely played from Jamie.
I like it as well.
Yeah. Just allow your player to bluff it off when they are bluffing. Really no bad turn cards. Aside from a king. Yeah, Jon's gonna have to send this. Double flush draw board. Have a very strong top pair. Gonna get the bad news. Jamie gonna be snapping this off.
Yeah, especially in a game that plays like this where ranges are wide. This is just a high 5 value jam.
Absolutely. Yeah, Jamie with the absolute snap, I believe. No, he hasn't called yet. Never folded here, Manny. I'm surprised to see him take this long.
He took fairly long before on the river. Well, fairly long. I mean, it's a very fast game. You can't blame anybody for taking a few seconds here. But he
Doesn't
ended
look
up
happy
calling.
about it. Jon is going to think his hand is good for sure.
Very nice.
Yeah, and Jamie in position here to scoop a big one. Has been an unfortunate run for him, but in good shape here. 12.6k in the middle. They are going to run it twice. First one is good for Jamie. Good to fade one of the remaining 3 kings. Does do so. Nice pot for Jamie Lee. Unfortunate spot for Jon there, Manny. Once he decides to go for the 3-bet pre, really not much you can do there.
No, perfectly played, in my opinion, especially post-flop. Pre-flop, we can take this 3-bet fair amount of the times as well. Very nice blocker effects. The game plays very wide. I want to include some king queens in this 3-bet spot, so I think it was fairly well played by both.
How quick is a quick cigar? Like 10 minutes?
Yeah, could not agree more, my friend. So we have a new player coming into the mix. Sam Clark joining in C2, sitting down with £10,000, as you do, Manny. Very casual. So 10k on a Wednesday night. He will be joining in C2 very shortly.
Where you are.
Stream has not disappointed so far. Non-stop action. Thank you everybody for joining. As always, hope you're enjoying the coverage. Myself, Andrew Hedley, and my co-commentator extraordinaire, Mr. Manuel Zapf. Up above 200 viewers now, guys. Lovely to have you with us. Hope you're enjoying. As always, if you want to interact with myself and Manny, please fire away in the comments on YouTube. We will be going through them as we go. We do have this short delay, guys. Anybody who loves tournament poker, gives me a chance to tell you what we have coming up.
18.
Of course, this is our World Poker Tour week here at Dusk Till Dawn in Nottingham. We have our landmark event, which is the WPT 500. £560 buy-in, guys. £500,000 guaranteed. We have day ones on Friday and Saturday, kicking off at 12 PM. Late register right up until just before 5 o'clock. And there is also a turbo day 1 flight on Sunday morning. Day 2 on Sunday afternoon. And the final day on Monday, the 29th of May. We will be covering all of the action of that final day as we move towards crowning our champion in the WPT 500. Guys, also we got a 2k high roller, day 1 tomorrow, 5 PM start, day 2 Friday. That has a 100
reset stacks and play poppy now.
Closing
Reset our stacks.
high roller, 1100 buy-in. Day 1, that is on Sunday at 5 PM. alongside events. On Monday, that though has the 100k guarantee. That is a lot of information, Manny.
25, I mean, actually. 25.
Absolutely action-filled schedule. No, almost as action-filled as this table. I mean, they both are up there. The schedule is absolutely amazing, as has been the action of tonight's cash game. Gonna be exciting to see what Sam Clark brings to the table. Very interesting to see him play it out live.
Play afterwards, maybe.
6 card after. Try and get the money back.
I can't stand holding. It's a setup.
Yeah, it really is a great schedule. Guys, anybody who is in the vicinity of Dusk Till Dawn, I'll take them for you to get down, get into the tournament mix. Of course, cash game action running round the clock. Jagger, fresh off his small break, does open with 10-6 of diamonds out of small. Here they go again, slugging it out. Mitch gonna defend the 9-6 spades. You see he is dominated currently. Oh, had a sweat there for a flush draw. The 5 of clubs did not want to be revealed. Jagger still best here with just 10 high.
Yeah, and I was just about to say, the way that James has been playing so far, I can't see him not winning this hand. He is not gonna check for sure. Definitely putting on the pressure here, and Mitch with the fairly easy fold, especially like against an opponent like James Jagger. You just like don't include this ever in your check raising range, right? You just accept defeat on the flop.
You never defeat Manny. Come on, you know how it works.
So you tell me you're gonna race here versus James Jagger and get totally felted by him on later streets.
Yeah. I'm gonna look him right in the eye and say, aye, all right, cowboy, what you got for me? I'm gonna check raise, see the king of clubs on the turn, and just tuck tail and run. But I'll try one bullet, mate. One bullet only. One and done.
Gotta love the heart.
Not really someone you want to go after. Here he is, Sam Clark.
Yeah, just put it in front of that.
Looking sharp as always.
He always does look very sharp. I actually had Sam on my table the WPT in Edinburgh not long ago. And yeah, very, very tough opponent. Likes to go after you. Good player. I know he plays cash. But, basically, most of his poker time is involved at the cash tables. Nice to see Sam in the mix, sitting down with £10,000. Another strong player joining the table. Stacks are getting deep now, Manny. We could see some big ones.
Especially if you get dealt pocket 7s versus kings once more with 2 action players at it. This could be a potentially another big pot right here.
Yeah, wow. Mitch does find the kings. Battle no less. Makes it 1.3 to go. Jamie gonna have to for sure peel one off here. Peel 3 off, excuse me. Does make the call with the 7s.
Are you gonna get on the beer, Sam?
I could be persuaded.
Lovely. Let's get the waitress.
Either player going to be filled with this flop, ace 9-5.
No one caves to peer pressure as easily as that, no?
Not easy.
You're weak.
Yeah,
Mitch likely going to choose between bet very small here, Manny, and check.
You need to stop messing around.
Yeah, I think those are the 2 options. Going to be really interesting to see what he does, since this is always a little bit of a struggling pot for many inexperienced cash game players. What to do with pocket kings when the ace comes? The good old question. Bet small
like
is the answer.
From Mitch. Yeah, like this sizing from Mitch, but Jamie does have a 3-liner to a straight. Not surprised to see him peel one off here. There's some potential to bluff later in the hand. Very interesting spot. Mitch is likely to check this turn very often, Manny.
Yeah, I think
Of
kings are
course,
going to check
Jamie
always
with
here.
some bluffing
Yeah.
potential. Does open the door now for Jamie. Likely aware that his sevens are not good too often, Manny, right? Probably recognizing that Mitch can have pocket pairs worse than an ace.
Yeah, this is the fake showdown value.
Lovely.
No,
Don't
he does
check. Don't check this.
Fish cake salad.
Even if we
Please
have the
check.
best hand with the sevens, I don't think we're going to win very often, because then Mitch is going to bluff the river. So
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm alright, thanks.
Nice hand, Mitch.
way, raking in another pot, just under £4,000.
What do you want, Sam?
Nicola.
Heineken as well? Do you want a
Hard to be
desperado?
too critical, Manny, right?
No, I'm gonna eat
Probably
first.
one of the very worst hands
Yeah,
that Jamie
next
gets
Eat
the river with.
Yeah.
Stream's going to be over soon, isn't it?
Probably one
Yeah.
to go off that one.
also, we have seen quite some river calls here in the stream. So if you think in Jamie's shoes that you're not even going to get kings, queens, or jacks to fold, then I definitely agree with checking the river.
Thank you. Do you want anything, John? No, I'm alright, thank you.
Okay, blinds, please. So for you it's 10. Yeah. Handshake, yeah. 25. Mitch. 50.
11 altogether.
Put a double vodka in there. Double vodka. Go on then. Huh? I've got one.
Yeah, he's alright for water.
Just a double vodka.
Needs a double vodka back. 150.
Some more black coat, please. Excuse me. Some black coat. Yeah.
Me and you, Mitch. The Mitch and Jagger show. Yes.
I saw you streaming Texas Jagger. The old 10-2.
Couldn't see it.
As you just heard reference to Mitch and Jagger show indeed. James coming in for extremely wide open here with the 9-6 off.
No, I can't see
Mitch does the 10, dip check fold.
I just know the big blind's so weak. I have to get up.
Check and bet. How much did you bet, sorry?
300.
Yep, widening his range even a little bit more. The 9-6 suited.
As long as it keeps folding, it's all
If you
good.
don't get it dealt, you need to play the offsuit as well. But yeah, again, taking it down, not a big surprise here. It's whenever both players whiff and
You in the 100, Bazza?
Jagger has the betting lead, he's just taking it down all the time. He just shows relentless aggression so far.
Put it on for him.
Nah, I've already done that. You put it on for him this time and I put the 200 on. Yeah, deal.
Mitch will do it. Mitch will do it this time. Mitch is the biggest winner.
Mitch, you're winning chunks. Put the 100 on for Bazza. I've already done it. I've already done it. Come on, big winner, come on. Come on, big winner.
Come on, you.
He won't play hand anyway. He always used to burn 100, isn't it?
Jagger trying to
Come on,
get
do it for
Mitch
the
to
fans.
post both straddles.
I haven't got any fans.
Here you are.
Got no fans.
That man, that's what he's got.
How's your fish, Bazza?
Just like butter.
Oh, it looks soggy, soggy fish.
That's fine for him.
Yeah, you're leaving the soggy
sent that
batter at
6
the
quid,
bottom, yeah? Yo, put the 100 on, man, come on.
No. Sat with 35k in the cash game. I just I was sent 6 quid over.
Barry, it's on you, you're in the 100 straddle. Barry, it's on you.
Why are you not eating?
Sonia, do you want to fold?
You need a secretary.
Cards back in the air.
Why are you bullying me? 200.
Rimo here with the pocket
Put the
sevens.
100 straddle on as well.
200. You could have gone to sleep.
The action to £200. There has to be something, Manny, with this 6-4. I think Jay's going to 3-bet for spades.
So it's 550 total. 550.
Did we see the 3-bet yet?
Yeah, I believe he's made it.
Oh, wow, yeah.
550 to go.
Yeah, really amazing. 6-4 seems to be the new nuts. I already wrote it down earlier, people playing it all night long. This time it's suited though. I think we've seen it offsuit before. Mitch with the 4-bet.
Oh, a rat. Fold.
Oh.
Rat. Sure do. It's him. Show one card lower than the queen.
Mitch's timing once again very good today. Quickly 4-bet.
Would you have me chase 6 of hearts?
It's almost going too well for him, Manny.
Ah, well, it could have been going better for him. I mean, he was 2 times big favorite versus James Jagger and ended up chopping twice. He's actually sitting there with all the money and running under EV. So that's a pretty rare thing.
Typical greedy poker player, Manny. Come on. He's crushing.
He's crushing. He could be crushing if the odds were in his favor.
We're never happy, are we? We're never happy. We're never
He's
happy.
been playing sensational. Really picking up great spots. Getting the money in good. Making the right decisions. And even after losing the first big hand immediately to Jamie. So great comeback, great recovery, and ever since it's been the Mitch show. Yeah? We just heard it, the Mitch and Jagger show. I would say it's the Mitch show.
Jon raising to 600 here with ace-5. We are getting some very inflated pots here. Double and triple straddles in the mix, I believe. You can see some real carnage, and Jamie wakes up with a real hand. Pocket 9s.
Yours is at the back, Mitch.
I mean, I guess we're just sending this, right? This is 20
so,
big
yeah.
blinds effective.
Sure. No, Jamie just calls. Surprised to see it.
How long until DTD live takes over?
Jon does bottom pair on the queen 5-7. Jamie's still good with 2 red 9s.
Do you reckon Mr. Beast will get in play? Mr. Beast versus Mitch Johnson.
There's going to be so many inflated pots here due to the multiple straddles in play. It's going to come in for a pot, a bet of around about 3rd pot.
All the content creators just doing it in.
Jamie, of course, always going to continue. Does make the call.
Yeah.
On with a roundabout 1.5x pot behind. Turn is an 8. Jamie improving to a gut shot to go along with his pair of 9s. Jon going to be very aware here, Manny, that he does not have the best hand here, really, ever.
Yeah, also that Jamie is probably going to connect way better with the 8 than his range is. So I guess we're just going to see check here. Jon going to be praying for an ace or 5 on the river. And I guess this will go check again, or are we ever going to turn the 5 into a bluff here?
Difficult to credibly find a river bet with too many hands. Like with the stack to pot, are we really going to slow play a big queen plus? Would we go for thin value here with a hand like jacks, maybe? Like ace 10.
Hey, we can rep pocket 10s.
We could rep pocket 10s.
It's always the
check,
good old
check.
story. If you can only have one hand that goes for the river jam, you mostly have that hand, right?
Is the 50 mandatory?
I have no idea, mate. I would have folded ace 5 free. You know, like a scared player, I wouldn't be in the spot.
Holding ace 5 free from the button. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Andrew Jon Hedley.
This is why
Because it's
commentary is so good. It's
poker
great for the
persona
image,
that
mate.
you're trying to develop, the kind of village
Right.
idiot kind of thing. Is that the plan?
No,
The kind of
You
aggressive
see
village
Keep
idiot.
Mitch
aggressive.
well out in front, 28.5k in front of him.
Kind of big
Jamie has
razor.
recovered very
I just
nicely back
wondered,
to
is it all
17k.
kind of a brand that you're developing, the persona?
No, I would more say
You know, like the cowboy hat
I
and
love
drinking
poker more than
and-
anyone else on this table. I would probably say. Yeah, probably. Yeah. I don't think anyone on this table loves poker more than me, so I love to show up and have a good time.
It's nice, isn't it? Let's have a good time.
I think that's fair, you know.
I think Grimo loves it more.
I like being,
Grimo
I like
loves
being
the game
around
more.
fun
Don't you,
people.
Grimo?
I like drinking. I like playing loads of hands. You know, I just like having.
Grimo waking up
You
with
ever thought
pocket
joining a
queens
circus
here,
or
absolute monster.
Like clowns and things.
I can't win any money when I do
He has
the
been on the
circus.
tighter
I
side
can get
so
paid for it.
far, but can't really blame him since James Jagger is in
You've been to pubs, they're not
direct
No, but you
position.
can't. Like, all you can do is play the
Betting a lot.
freebies and that.
He actually traps the queens here. Pre-flop, interesting.
I've done it. And I'll do it again.
Jamie with a flush draw and James Jagger with a bottom pair.
Call to 50 plus.
I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I love playing the game. I will never stop playing poker until I die. I won't.
Jamie adds an additional gut shot to his flush draw, so I think we can expect him to go at it again, maybe trying to get fold out of some 8x holding, maybe some pocket pairs, even though I'm probably not perceiving many pocket pairs in Grimo's range, since this is a limp pot.
That's 750.
And here comes the bet to attack.
I remember
9% of the time.
yeah, 1 cent, 2 cents.
I probably wouldn't like poker as much if I
Nice
played
bluff here by
free.
Jamie.
Yeah, very nicely done.
I remember being in Vegas, I think it was in Binion.
Grimo trying to set the trap there pre-flop, hoping that Jagger would pump it up.
Brought him out of the kind of
Yeah, Jamie
hospice to
does
play.
very well
You know,
there
he
to
was
charge
like
through on the
oxygen,
turn.
wired up and stuff. And he
Very
hadn't-
nicely
obviously
played.
hadn't got long
Very,
left.
very good recovery, Manny, from Jamie. Often, you know, when you have a terrible start like this,
He
it'd be
wanted to
difficult to
die
keep
at
your
the time.
composure, but he really has rallied
I
well.
thought, yeah, the
You know
stuff was
what?
really good for
If
him.
this guy wants to
Yeah,
spend his
definitely.
last
There have
hours
been some
playing
rough
poker, he should
pots.
spend his
So
last
that
hours
bluff
playing
not
poker.
working out into top range. That was
That's what they're
obviously
doing for him.
a costly 20k pot.
I think a lot of poker
Yeah,
players do
he's
actually
been
enjoy playing
recovering,
poker.
playing well. Now some bluffs
I
worked
love
out.
playing
Get the queens to fold on the ace high board
I'm here to have a lot
with the
of
jack
fun.
high flush draw and the gut shot. So yeah, well done. And there's still quite some time left. So
Get bullied as a kid, 'cause you're not
a
playing
big minus can still turn
Why would
into
me
a
getting bullied at
plus.
school be-
Lots of money on the table. The stakes are huge at this point.
Yeah, this is a great game to watch. To expect the action to continue to heat up. The last couple of hours or so of the stream, and a few real hands here. Jon and Jagger sharing 4/5 of a royal. Jagger electing just to call with this one.
Too tempting price.
Priced in, yeah. Priced in
Nice
anything.
value.
We'll get him together.
Sam is going to be priced in, he says,
I'll
with the
bet-
deuce
I'll
three
bet
of hearts.
25 in the dark.
Call,
Is that even allowed?
and then call.
I'll do 50 in the dark.
Yeah. So it's happening, you're betting?
50 in the dark, yeah.
Yeah, bet 50.
And now the dark betting starts.
As if we needed any more action.
Yeah, 50 pounds.
Interesting spot. All players have in fact missed. Jagger with the 50-pound donk lead. Now this is muddy in the waters. Sam gonna peel one off with the 3 high.
Oh, back to straight, back to flush,
Really?
back to trips.
I'm gonna have to bet massive on the turn.
Go 3-way to the turn.
Check.
Very interesting. Jagger now does turn best. Checks through to Jon, who has 2 overcards and the open ender to Broadway.
600.
Yeah, I don't think this is gonna work. Jon very likely to raise his jack X versus the min bet on the flop.
Sure.
sometimes at least raising hands like Queen 9 or 9-7. So therefore our Ace 10 is most likely good against a huge portion of the range. Of course we lose to some 2 pairs and to some straights, but other than that, we can be fairly confident.
Would agree, but can't be confident any longer. John Rivers, the absolute stones, of course, will be praying that Jagger has a queen in his hand. This is going to quickly go monster river bet and fold.
Good river for you.
Very interesting, this tiny flop lead from Jagger, muddying the waters somewhat, Manny. Make the hands interesting down the streets.
You know how it is. He did it for the lols.
I'm adding on 5k.
The most 2023 sentence of all time.
That was already 2013, the most used sentence in my vocabulary. So
14k. Yeah, he's got like 28k.
Can't believe it's 2023 already, my friend. Did you see the chip stacks in front of us once more?
What, are you green?
Guys, if you're just joining on YouTube, this is 10, 25, 50 pounds. Our World Poker Tour Cash Game Edition. Of course, part of our Dusk Till Dawn Cash Game series. This is WPT week in Nottingham. Action has been fast and furious so far. Hope you're enjoying. We have another couple of hours of coverage with myself, Andrew Hedley, and Mr. Manuel Zapf on co-coms. Jagger, we have seen this before. Literally getting dealt Ace 10 of clubs back to back is going to make it 350 to go. Sam finds the 3-bet with the King 7 of hearts.
How much you start with?
Sam Clark from what I know.
That's a lot. Let's go.
yeah, James not going anywhere, of course, with the Ace 10 of clubs. Sam, I don't know, have they played a lot together? Very interesting scenario, because as we know, there's not a lot of folding to 3-bets from Mr. Jagger.
Just had a small problem with my mic there. Really not sure how much these guys have played together. I know that Sam is very experienced, plays a lot of cash. We were chatting a few weeks ago. I know he plays abroad in Miami and the like. Gonna go for the delayed turn bet here. Works out very nicely, elects to check flop, and that doesn't perform too well down the streets. Elects to go for that delayed turn bet, gets it through, gets Jagger to fold the better Ace 10. Nice pickup from Sam.
Yeah, very well done, realizing that he's playing his uncapped range versus a capped range, going with a large sizing, having an overcard, mostly enough to do this. Well done, good presentation in the first real hand he's been involved in.
Pardon? Probably not. Can you? Is it?
John, never bridge. You never played the tournaments yourself, do you?
Jagger will be in the mix again here with the Ace Queen on the button. Of course, has an extremely loose image. Driving the action.
250.
Got aces instead of ace queen.
Gonna make it 250 to go.
Yeah, no, nearly getting stuck.
250.
John, are you going to play a hand with me?
Are you talking to me?
No, we haven't played a hand yet.
Not yet.
So with that queen, I would have had queen 400.
Ah, shit.
Queen exposed, Queen 3
No action there for Jagger. Mitch and Jon getting out of the way.
That's what you do. As soon as the queen's exposed, you got to go for it. And it's more fun that way.
Guys can see a lot of money on the table. Close to £100,000 in play.
It's true,
That's how you
actually.
should think about the game. This is like extremely high level strategy, right?
Yeah.
Levels ahead this one.
Definitely.
You boys wouldn't understand. Barry would understand.
He's taking the piss out of you, Barry.
Doing my tree.
150. Snap pause.
Sending headphones down an helicopter or something.
Yes, this one. 6 2 raise, 750. 6 3 plus, 6 4 plus.
23.
Raise. 2,300.
Sam once again attacking the open of Jagger. Makes it 750 to go. And Mr. James Jagger says, oh no, no, I will be 4-betting. Chooses the 9-5 of spades. And of course, says, welcome to the table, Mr. Clark. Going the 9 high. He's good for the game, Manny.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate for Sam here that he hasn't really been seeing the cards played so far at the table. Of course, if you know what happened the last 2.5 hours, you're not gonna choose Ace Jack to 3-bet fold to Mr. Jagger. But he did not have those information. He's just let down at the table, so we can't blame him for doing so. But another nice pickup, just aggressive play. There's one here for Mr. Jagger at that.
You wouldn't need to be very strong.
It's so good to watch.
Fish, beer, bats.
Of course, putting those chips here back to work. Gonna be opening with the Jack 10. It's going to be so tough, Manny, right, for the other players to fold to him when he has it. That's the problem. Here we go. Sam wakes up with aces.
Yeah, I know.
Wow, Jagger, timing is everything. Snap fold, 3-bet.
Quick break.
Right, you can't run away from your 100 straddle.
Oh, show dog.
Who's going to throw it in a mock-up in a minute?
No, it's true, it's true. Because at least the 200's on when I put the 100 on.
Come on, Ken, I'll come back.
This is like the
200
Instantly came.
This is always the biggest hand of the.
Have you got any squares?
You might regret that, Jamie. You called him back to put his 100 straddle in.
I know, this is
going to change everything now. Someone's going to be unhappy.
Right, man.
Yeah.
Chill out, man.
This could be problems.
Yeah.
It's changed everything.
Oh, it's supposed to be pals, man. Pals.
I mean, you go for a cigarette after, and everyone will just check until we get back.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, but Jagger definitely the kind of player that gonna give you a headache at some point in this cash game, especially if you wake up with a rather mediocre holding and Jagger puts on the gas pedal again.
Absolutely.
It's you can be in a world of pain there. Just right now, just imagine the king, queen, the ace 10. Those are exactly the hands that are going to be a little bit problematic if Jagger opens up a big can.
Could not agree more, my friend. Grimo there with the very respectful ace-10 fold. Ian has been playing pretty snug. Makes it 500 to go, and Jagger in there with the pocket fours. 1.3k in the middle. That is a big flop for Ian Gascoigne. Top pair, second kicker. He's going to check. Set a little trap here, perhaps. Jagger doesn't go for it. Turn is the 5 of hearts. Jagger does improve now to a straight draw. Ian betting very large here. Around about 80%. I think Jagger's going to sniff this one out, Manny. Yeah, good instincts. Knows Ian's been playing pretty snug. Gets out of the way. Another nice pot though for Mr. Ian Gascoigne.
Yeah. Ian has been definitely showing some strength, picking up a really, really nice pot with the pocket kings against the ace-jack of Jamie, sitting very comfortably on 13.7k now. Yeah, Jagger with a very nice time
He's going to get some money in at some point.
with the pocket fours there. Just realizing how strong
He doesn't only fold.
his range is, and yeah, he was right. Not only was he running into a top pair, but also into a flush draw with it.
Yeah, I think as wild as James, you know, can be perceived to be playing at times, still has very strong instincts. Knows when to put the pressure on Manny and when to sit back. Anyway, with a raise now from Jon with the king 5 suited, Mitch gonna call with the 4s. Does it fold round to Jamie Lee. Gonna get away from the 7-5. Sam gonna complete with the 7-8 in the straddle. Pot's getting really big now, Manny, pre every hand.
Yeah, there's a bunch of money at the table, and lots of straddling, re-straddling, lots of 3-betting. Very naturally, this plays out very big, and we're seeing many, many 4-digit pots, if not even 5-digit.
Yeah, Jon is going to come in for a c-bet here with the king 5. Mitch does flop best, does have position. Would expect him to take one off here very often. Does indeed make the call.
Yeah, I like this by both players. Jon with a bunch of backdoor equity, backdoor straight, backdoor clubs. One of his probably weakest holdings he has with that great backdoor equity. And
I'll hold the phone, Manny, because Sam is going for it here, getting out of line. Choosing a very natural sort of bluff combo here with the 7-8, wrapping around those 2 6s. It's going to put the 2 ranges of the other players in a really bad spot. This looks beautifully timed. Can Mitch sniff this out, Manny? This would be a pretty sick station.
I mean, especially with the pocket 4s, it's really bad.
Yeah.
Because you just block all the potential bluffs. Like a 3-4, 4-5, maybe even a 7-4, an 8-4 with a backdoor flush draw. Typically hands that want to be check raising here. So, yeah. I don't mind the fold.
Oh, for sure.
Fairly nice laydown, even though we can see that he was ahead.
A bit too early to put on the cape, Manny will say. Very nicely timed though from Sam. Showing his experience there. Obviously he's going to have a bunch of 6x in his range. Very difficult for his opponents to continue.
Is it? Where do you normally play?
Manchester.
I got post 50 as well, yeah?
Nah, it's alright, mate.
Strap yourselves in, people. I believe we are in for a fun final couple of hours. Taking you back to the lineup. We have Jamie Lee in seat 1, Sam Clark in seat 2, Mr. Jon McCann in 3, Mitch Johnson in 4. I believe we have Ian Gascoigne in seat 5. We have Bryble in seat 6. And my memory has failed me, Manny. Who's in seat 7? Fail me out. Mr. James Jagger.
Mr. James Jagger. How could you forget him?
Hey, listen, it's not easy to do this off the cuff, you know. I don't even have anything in front of me. It's all ad-lib.
You have that big cowboy hat in front of you. That should be enough.
Takes a special kind of man to pull off a cowboy hat at the table. Not gonna lie to you. I don't think I've got it in the locker.
Maybe you do and you just don't know it yet.
Here we go. This game playing very big.
It's like a snooker
We
table.
have an open for Ian Ives. Grimo has indeed peeled King Jack of clubs, and Sam again squeezing. with this time a real hand, the pocket jacks. We have seen Grimo play it on the snug side, but not going to fold king jack suited here, getting this price. Here we go, three-way, just under 4k in the middle already.
Yeah, beautiful hand. King Jagger clubs performs very well, even against two opponents. And that is a flop and a half.
Yeah, very interesting. Ace 9-9 to clubs. Sam, of course, not going to be thrilled with this texture. Does check through. Boom. Grimo just drills the nut flush on the turn. Unfortunately for him, it's going to be very difficult to get action here. I think Sam going to be aware how very under-bluffed this board is going to be three-way. Yeah, makes the experience fold. And Ian really can't continue here with just fives. Grimo picking up a nice pot.
Well done, my friends.
Why did you bet out?
Because in case
Such an entertaining table to watch. Nice
It really is.
takedown here from Grimo,
I'm happy box in the middle, my friend. I tell you before.
who arguably has the worst seat at this table, right? You don't want Mr. James Jagger sitting on your left.
No, absolutely.
It's all about the grind.
Oh, 9 as well. 9 gives you a...
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, playing very well, Grimo, right? Every time he seems to be in a pot, he's committed to winning it. I'd love to see the stats on how many he's won. Yeah, I'd like to see the stats on how many hands he's won that he has put a chip in the pot. Certainly most of them.
Yeah, definitely has adapted very well, opening a little bit tighter than maybe he would usually do, which is the right thing to do if people are going to 3-bet you with 10 for suited.
Too good, Mitch, you are.
So, yeah, well done, Grimo.
And there you go, just illustrating exactly what you just said, Manny. Does fold ace 6 pre. Jagger in there with the ace queen. There's certainly a dynamic developing here between James and Sam. Jon looks as if he's going to come along here from the straddle. We have domination over domination here. Wow, what a flop for Jon McCann, flopping an open-ended straight draw and the flush draw. I think he might lead here, Manny. I could see it happen.
800.
Yeah. Not surprised to see it. Goes for the big size in. Gonna go for 2/3 pot. A bit more than 3/4 pot. And he's gonna get two better hands to fold.
9 high.
10 high.
9 high,
No matter what
10
he
high.
had, he won.
Brilliant. Yeah, definitely. No shame in betting big here, getting those auto folds. Of course, even if we get
Not very
raised,
skillful then, based on
we
hands
can
and
continue with our hand. Very strong draw there with the 10 for
Yeah, a
suited.
little bit.
But easy folds for ace queen and ace 10, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you want a drink? Coffee? Tea?
I have a tea, yeah.
You're from Manchester?
I'm from North.
Oh, right, okay. Do you play up around there as well?
I did like 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Kind of closed down.
Yeah. I've got a lot of friends up there.
300.
I knew you'd do that, you crazy fool. Go on, I like you. I like you.
No, no.
I like
Just
you.
fold.
It's nice.
No, I like you.
You want to check in the dark?
Check in.
Yeah.
Checking in the dark.
Check in.
You're going to play, yeah.
I mean, looking up
Play
at the
the top
screen,
and stuff.
I'm actually struggling to
No.
see what's flying in here.
Oh, you just play cash? Yeah.
300, same bet.
Some interesting holdings here for sure with the ace 6 suited and the king
They usually are
10
unless you win them.
suited as well. We're already at a flop. And
Yeah, I think Jagger just picking this one up with a little stab.
It's a good one to
once
watch.
more,
Very nice.
when both players
Two-day
whiff,
event.
who wins the pot, Andrew?
Has it got a guarantee, that too?
James Jagger does.
Exactly. It's really
I almost sung the moves like Jagger thing, but I managed to restrain myself, Manny. To the joy of everybody listening, everybody watching at home, and yes, to the joy of anybody with ears. I managed myself next time.
Start a group.
So guys, if you're just joining, this is 10:25:50. Is the beginning of our WPT 500 week at DTD. It's going to be a fun week, lots of tournament and cash action. If you want to know anything about the scheduling, guys, please check out our social media at DTD Club and at DTD Live. And follow us in here at Dusk Till Dawn in Nottingham, Twitter and Instagram. Any scheduling information, please check it out, guys. It's going to be a big week. Back into the action we go. Grimo opening the ace jack.
Oh no.
It's
Go on,
gonna
Ray, catch
complete.
him.
It's
Catch him,
dominated
Ray.
here with the ace 8.
Have you got a spoon? I've got a fruit salad and no spoon. Just a spoon. A big spoon, yeah.
That flop is all Grimo. Be extremely surprised if this does not just go check, bet, fold.
Yeah, especially if you realize that Grimo's range might be a little bit tighter because James Jagger is sitting on his left. There's going to be a lot of auto folds on those flops that hit the opening range pretty well, which Jack 10 deuce just is one of them. So, yeah. Very easy snap fold there for Mitch, and a small pot for Grimo.
£200 gamble.
Absolutely. I think we need to have a moment of silence here for Jagger. He's trying to get people to drink with him all night, and he's just sadly, reluctantly given up, Manny. You hate to see it. Shame on Jon McCann and Mitch Johnson specifically. Boys, I'm extremely disappointed in you. I believe this is Mozart in the background, Manny. You wanted to see him. I think he's just come to say hello.
Good game when Gaza was playing, wasn't it?
I'm Mick.
Good game then. Mitch, I didn't really know he's there. Don't worry, give him some time.
Mozart, huge legend, by the way, Manny. Very funny. Very funny, very stylish dude. I'm a big fan.
Cheers, Wood. What do I owe you?
Yeah, I played with him a couple of times now that I've just seen him with the stream delay. Very, very funny guy. Always lots of table talk. And yes, you are right. He always looks sharp.
You have to go meet the ladies, though. You have to go meet the ladies.
Always one of the shiniest people in the room when it comes to the clothes.
He certainly is. Now, Sam Clark does open with the 7s. Mitch gonna come in for a 3-bet here with ace jack of clubs. Typically, we will just see a complete here from Sam.
Average 37.
Does have position, very playable hand. Is gonna make the call.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm the £100 buying, not 500 yeah.
The Mitch Johnson show continues. Does flop best. Very interesting holding here for Sam. Does have backdoor straight and flush draws. I would expect Sam to float this very often. Well, not even a float, right? Just have the best hand, but not going to fold this in position, Manny.
No, not to the quarter sizing, which is very typical here in the 3-bet pot. We're going to peel one off and hope to hit a 7, or maybe some additional straight or flush equity. The 3 of hearts is a big old nothing.
That's 10, isn't it?
This is very tricky from Mitch. Like to see this. You do give some floats and flush draws, etc. the chance to start putting money in, but Sam, too smart for it, does check back. I think you would often see Mitch just barrel turn here.
I guess you still have enough other hands that you can bluff on the turn, so you don't need to include 7s, especially not with the 7 of hearts and the 7 of spades, because you might get to bluff some rivers. 10 of hearts being one of them. Definitely some potential to see some raising here on the river by Sam, right?
Yeah, this is very interesting now. This wet board does complete, and Mitch has gone for around about 60%. Sam certainly has a combo that could consider going for a bluff raise, but does let it go. Mitch continues to play well, run well. Stack chips, Manny. Closing in on £30,000, I believe. It's gone about as perfectly as it can, you would say.
Yeah, I'm not gonna start the EV talk again. I will just agree this time, Andrew. It's been a good night for Mitch.
Come on, Mitch. Time to double it.
As we delve back into the chat. Come on then, let's do it for you. Reese Reynolds, shout out to Isaac Hunt.
Every time I'm in the big
I have
bar,
absolutely no idea who that is, but Isaac,
£200.
shout out has been given, my friend. And the man himself, the poker tourist, Mr. Isaac Juarez. Hello, buddy. Nice to see you. Thank you for joining, and thank you to everybody else for joining us on YouTube. As always, if you want to chat away with myself and with Manuel, feel free. We have around about an hour and a half of coverage left this evening, guys.
Mr. Jagger once
He's
more
at it
widening the range. 10-7 offsuit it is this time.
Yeah, Jamie has had enough here. Gonna break out the 4-bet. This is the thing, Manny, right? James is so wide that a hand like Ace Queen starts to sort of morph into the nuts, right? If Jagger is so wide with these squeezes.
Yeah, it's gonna be very interesting to see what he would do against the jam, though. Ace Queen is a great hand to 4-bet, even against rather tight 3-betting ranges. Against Jagger, it's close to being a dream spot, yes.
Yeah, I don't think we can be 4-bet folding here to James.
You don't have to wait.
Nice timing from Jamie, picking it up.
Jam on you.
Really?
Yeah.
Closing in on 28 of his own now for
No,
Jamie.
seriously, because I knew exactly what you were doing.
Guys can see
You're singing
lots of money on this table. My quick maths alone, £95,000 I believe to play. Crazy amount of money for this streamed game. You love to see it, Manny.
Play tighter.
Yeah, we all expected this to turn out big. I did not expect it to turn out this big. That we have almost £100,000 on the table. It's absolutely insane. High stakes cash game, and the action is high stakes as well. Just so much spot taking, great reads, great bluffs. Just a lot of fun things happening at the table. It's really an honor to be part of this and to be commentating on this. Such a fun night.
You are actually. Be quite well behaved.
Jamie and Mitch going at it, both with the same holding. Jamie is suited though, and does pick up a backdoor flush draw. Mitch with no clubs and no diamonds in his hand. Coming in for the smallish c-bet, and Jamie now probably calling. Could be check raising this maybe sometimes as well. She does 7-7-5, and I don't think Mitch can go anywhere in position here. 2 overs, fairly decent king high, and the gut shot. I think we're gonna peel this one for sure.
I'm the only one drinking tonight. Of course, I'm going to be the loud one. Someone's got off the booze or what? Huh?
Yep. There it is. The call by Mitch. It's only a question of who wants this one more.
A very interesting spot. course, the 10 of clubs would have been the massive action card. Jamie here debating whether to continue barreling. Does shut it down. Do we start to bluff in our own mind ourselves here, Manny?
I think we do. This is like one of the worst holdings we have. Of course, we have some queen 10s. Of course, we have some 10 8s, maybe even with diamonds. But I think king queen. Great blocker effects to queen jack and king jack, which are one of the easiest hero calls that Jamie could have here in the spot once he decides to check those. Not sure if he's ever going to check those, but definitely possible that some players do this. So I think we're going to start bluffing, yeah. I like it.
Yeah, I would agree. Mitch's timing been very good, and he's going to really lace it here. Betting bigger than pot. We can see this is going to work, I think.
It hasn't worked yet.
Max pressure being applied from Mitch. Super tough to continue though, right?
I would have folded my cards 7 minutes ago.
Sure.
Against the overbet. But Jamie thinking about something here. He smelled that something was right, but if you only have king queen yourself, obviously it's really tough to withstand this much pressure from Mitch. Yeah, another thing that's worked out for him just fine.
Yeah, very well played from Mitch. Correctly deducing that Jamie had a fairly weak holding of his own. Gets the job done with 120% pot on the turn. You guys can see Mitch closing in on £30,000 in front of him. Jamie with 18k. Ian and Grimo around about the 11k mark. Mr. Jagger, the wild card, 12.3k. Sam on 9 and John with a shade under £5,000. Action has been fast and furious. We have around about 90 minutes to go, I believe. We'll update you
12, I think.
as soon as our wonderful team on the ground at D till D. D till D, Dusk Till Dawn, inform us. Hope you're enjoying the coverage, guys.
It's been a really nice dynamic at the table all through the night. Of course, Mr. Jagger playing his part in that dynamic has helped to set the stage for this action-filled cash game so far. And now we don't only have the action, we also have the stacks. Have been very interesting so far. Let's see what the last 90 minutes hold for us. Buckle up for a ride, Andrew. I can see this going wild towards the end.
You know what? I never make any bones about it, and I'm just going to call it, Manny. Someone's getting stacked in a massive pot. Apologies to the players, but you know, we're here to see blood. This is like the gladiators of old. That's what we have in 2023. People getting stacked. People getting stacked in a warm, comfortable card room.
It's the most brutal thing happening.
It's not that bad, right? You know, back in the olden days, you'd be beheaded or something. Now you just get stacked and go home with your tail between your legs. Okay.
Yeah. And you have a story to tell. Back in the days when you were beheaded, there was no story told afterwards.
Oh, there certainly was not. So a battle of the ace highs here. John does have a gut shot to the wheel. Ian here with just ace high. Is going to take one off. Good instincts from Ian Gascoigne. Let's call in position. And wow, this card could get John into some trouble. Working with around about 2.5 pots behind.
I think if we're going to bet this in John's shoes, it's mostly going to be on the small side. You're not really going to pump out a king here. Our ace is very mediocre, if not bad, so I guess if we bet, we rather want to use the small sizing, which Jon does. Very nice. Ian with a very standard call here on the turn, I believe. Let's see if Jon can improve on the river to a split pot or to a win with the deuce or 5.
Looks like an 8 on the river. Ian, of course, still good. One of these somewhat murky spots now, Manny, right? Where we're not entirely sure if we have the best hand.
Yeah,
out
I
of
guess.
position.
I guess we can just start block betting this all day long. Just get the 10% call from a king or something like that. Use that little tiny sizing and then be in a world of pain when we get jammed on.
Yeah, problem here is that we may indeed just be targeting better ace-x. Sadly for Jon, Ian does have the ace-10. Takes the call, takes down a pot of 5.6k. Nice pot for Ian, up to around about 15k himself. Played very solidly, right? Ian and Grimo have both been very solid, winning most of the pots they've got involved in.
Yeah, they both selected to play rather tight strategy, and I'm not saying tight strategy as an actual tight strategy. They're still VPIPing between 25 and 30%, but compared to the other players, especially Jagger and Mitch, they have been on the tight side, which is the right thing to do if you're playing a live table like this, which is so action-filled. So they've both been going fairly good with it. Very nice pickup there on the turn with the ace. Obviously the action card, which gets him paid. A little bit lucky to catch that. But yeah, well played so far from both Grimo and Gascoigne. Well done so far.
Would have to agree, and danger ahead for Grimo. Obviously aware just how loose Jagger has been pre. So when he does wake up with a premium like this, it can be very difficult to navigate when we have a hand like ace-10.
Yeah, ace-10 suddenly looks like a lot stronger in this spot than it would usually do. I think the last 4 times James Jagger have been 3-betting here. It was 9-6 suited, 10-7 offsuit, 9-6 offsuit, and then 9-6 suited again. So really don't mind that call with ace-10.
Yeah, from what we've seen, I think it becomes mandatory. And this is real trouble now for Grimo. Jagger flopping top pair. Grimo with middle pair with backdoors, 2 straights and the nut flush. Things could get ugly here, Manny. Could never fold flop, of course, as Grimo. Seems like a fairly easy flop call.
I mean, I think against James Jagger, you can almost close your eyes. Don't even watch the turn or the river. Just check call, check call, check call. No matter what happens.
Does turn the nut flush draw. This will be one of the turn textures that Jagger doesn't like to see. Grimo with the potential for a free river here. Looks as if he's going to try and protection bet himself, thinking that his 10 is good. Does come in for around about 40% pot. I mean, our hand's far too strong to fold turn, as Jagger does indeed check call. Grimo looking for that 4th diamond, and he has pinged it, Manny. River's the nut flush. Absolutely disastrous run out here for Jagger. Goes the small sizing again, Manny.
Fairly quick bet here by Grimo. Don't think that is ever a bluff, and I think James Jagger will sniff this one out again and just save himself 1,500 pounds into
Jagger ever
10k pot.
Jagger might jam. I thought he might. Oh my word! You gotta hand it to him. Was thinking to myself, does he perceive this block as weakness? But Grimo has snapped it off and wins a massive pot with the nut flush. That happened extremely quickly. Wow. Grimo finds the block snap. What a hand, Manny.
I don't know where to start in that hand. I mean, pre-flop is fairly standard from what we've seen so far, and the flop seems very standard as well. Turn is fairly fine as well, and then on the river things get a little bit spicy. We see the check from Jagger, which is totally fine, and then a very creative 1,500 into 8k. Almost as if you're asking to get shoved on, and Jagger just sees the king, the full house blocker, and says, as a 3-better, I should have more ace of diamonds as well. Let's send it into the... I mean, it's not the nuts, but it feels like the nuts, right?
Yeah, gotta hand it to Grimo there. Big fan of this river size. You know, can maybe find some crying calls, right, from the weaker part of Jagger's range. And obviously potentially get him to check jam. And Grimo snapped it off, sniffed it out very quickly, wins a massive pot. He's up over 20k. Super interesting hand.
You said it, Andrew. Someone's gonna get stacked. You wanted to see it.
I do apologize, Mr. Jagger. Somebody was gonna get stacked. You have to hand it to him though. Brave jam, wrong timing. Very nice hand from Grimo.
You should have what, right?
Well, not the nuts.
Perhaps a function there though, Manny, right? If we've been playing so crazy, do we really want to run a check raise bluff like this on the river?
Yeah, I think...
Is that something to consider?
Definitely. I mean, we've all been in this shoes. We've all been at that one cash game that we've been running over, and we've been showing bluffs, and we've been having a pint. I mean, I've been there, and we win, and we win, and we bluff, and we laugh, and people show you the mean faces, and then you run one bluff too many. And that just mostly is the big hand as well, and that was a huge pot, yes. I mean, Grimo took how many seconds to snap it off? I mean, there was a little bit of hesitation there, and then after 5 seconds the money was in. That just shows you that even on a pair board, I wouldn't even be surprised if his calling range would even be wider, even with the lower diamond, that he was gonna go for the bet call here.
Gotta give Grimo some props there. That was very creative. He dangled the carrot, and unfortunately for Jagger, he couldn't resist. Grimo chips a big one. Back into the action we go. Jon with the 7-8 of diamonds. Gonna take this down with a small C-bet.
I'm having a rough night.
4, 5 of spades, but you know what I mean? It's like, you know.
Thank you.
Can't be too careful, can you?
Yep.
John, I've got 5 here.
Actually, the stacks in front of the players. Mitch closing in on £30,000. Grimo up over 20k himself. Jamie with that nice recovery after some rocky early waters. Ian Gascoigne very solid, up to 14.2. Sam holding steady around 9k. Jon looking to get something going. With around 5 to 7k in front of him. So that could be a graphic error. Does it look shorter from here? Jagger is taking a walk, I believe, Manny.
Yeah, maybe a walk to reload.
Maybe.
I don't think he's gonna come back and play with 1,600. So I think we're gonna see some more money being added onto the table, and then we actually have a cash game where we have over 100k at the table. I believe that's gonna happen.
I believe that could be a stream first. You'll love to see it. Breaking new grounds here at DTD. Jamie here does open with the ace-jack, picking up callers. Mitch and Ian both in the mix. Ian does flop a 6-high flush draw. Jamie with top pair. And there it is. Ian Gascoigne just drills the flush on the turn. Jamie, we did elect to check flop, underrepresent our hand. He's going to have to call turn. Does indeed. Round about a pot-sized bet there from Ian on the turn. Very quick river bet for the same size in.
Yeah, you're not gonna get away from
Wow,
400,
nice
right? Wow.
laydown, Jamie. Very nice fold. I don't think I'm finding that fold for the price.
No,
So
I am
kudos,
never folding.
Jamie, sniffing that out.
I mean, that's a really sick fold. Like, how often do we have to be good here? And
Snap
if
folds, Manny. Snap folds.
and even against that sizing, he could be value betting weaker ace X, right? So
Sure.
I'm thinking about even maybe value raising. I wouldn't do it, but I mean, for a few moments it would get into my mind. But folding is definitely out of the option. But yeah, he saved himself 400 pounds there, sniffing out that he is crushed.
Exactly.
And it took him also, that was a snap fold, right?
Unbelievable, yeah. Very nice, Jamie.
With the ace of diamonds. Runner.
Yep, that's why they're sitting at the table and we are sitting in the booth, Andrew.
Exactly.
Probably was the
Although that's a spot where you trust your conviction, Manny, and look like an absolute idiot when Ian has the Queen 7 with the 7 of clubs. But you know, live by the sword, die by the sword. Mitch has been using that sword to great effect tonight. Opens once more with the Jack 10. Ian feeling it now. Comes in from the small with the 10-8. Grimo in there with 9-7 suited.
No, when they go like that,
Jamie content to take the price with the 10-3 off.
I'll check.
Mitch with the best hand here with Jack high. Everybody whiffs. Jamie with the gut shot. Not much working for anyone else.
Oh God, I must be good now.
Mitch actually going to be good here with Jack high. Ian, very nice awareness here. Going to take a little stab, and this is going to get it done. Very nice play from Ian. Picking it up. First to bet wins, Manny.
Yeah, very nice bluff. Don't see it too often, the good old four-way river bluff. Here it works, and I think he even said on the turn already, well, I must be good then. And betting the river for that little additional fold equity. Well,
bit of additional.
The last hand we're out of here, all right?
Speech play.
Out of that.
You're a friend of speech play. I think you are. And Ali in the chat.
One more time, sorry, buddy. I had a little microphone issue there. One more time.
With the little speech play. You're a friend of the speech play, Andrew.
I know, of course. You gotta love it. That was beautifully done from me, I've gotta say.
Ali saying in the chat, it's unfortunate we've not seen much from Jon McCann. I think he's been a little handcuffed by distribution. One of the top players in the country right now. Definitely have not seen any missteps from him. No, he's playing great, but yeah, hasn't been getting into the best spots yet, and also a little bit card dead, I believe. You're right there, Ali.
Jon has been on a massive tear in the UK live poker scene. Constantly on finals, constantly getting it done, and yeah, one of the few times this evening we haven't been able to see his full skill set. But yeah, Jon, very good player, very strong, having a great 18 months or so. Ali says, excellent work on the comms, gentlemen. Thank you, my friend, you're too kind. See you all soon. Mozart lives.
Timed it perfectly.
Right, that's a step too far, Ali, all right? See you tomorrow, buddy. Cards back in the air. Grimo with ace-9 on the button. Sunglasses go down. Chips go in. Jon perhaps getting a little frustrated here. Does flick it in with the 3-5 suited.
Yeah, we've seen him completing quite a few big blinds. Mitch not been raising his big blind, or his straddle, rather, so far. Maybe that's the reason where he thinks he can realize some more equity, maybe.
And look at this! Oh, it's the fake.
Would have loved to see that.
Would have loved to see it. Great timing once again from Mitch, finding the light squeeze with the queen 10 off. Great instincts from Mr. Johnson, and with that pot, takes himself above £30,000. Really has put on a clinic so far, Manny. I can't think of really any spots that he has played wrongly. Very strong performance from Mitch.
Yeah, definitely. I'm still stunned by that shove with King 10. Actually extracting value with a 1.5x overbet jam with the straight. I would have never found that jam in a million years, so yeah, very well played overall tonight.
Excellent work from Mitch, as we have said. Grimo back into the mix with the 10s. Perhaps benefiting from Mr. Jagger's walk, getting to open a bunch more pots. Jamie Lee is going to 3-bet with the King-Queen. Jon seems to be debating a cold 4 here with the Ace-9 of hearts. We can see that it may work, yeah.
It would work, yes.
And he is going to go for it. I think he may be shorter, you know. I don't believe he has 7k, which would change things.
Ooh, then it might not work. Oh, snap fold from the 10s.
Is it 7k?
Well,
very nice timing, Jon McCann. Very nice. I only see 2 plaques. Oh, he has a green plaque, that's why. Okay, I believe the green plaques are 5,000. That is why. Okay, that makes sense. Very nicely timed from Jon. Showing his instincts. Quickly gets Grimo and Jamie to release their holdings.
See you in an hour.
Lots of high-level play on display. Guys, anyone who is just joining, this is our World Poker Tour 500 week here at Dusk Till Dawn in Nottingham. Kicking you off for the week with this 10, 25, £50 live cash game. I am Andrew Hedley, joined in the booth by my co-commentator, Mr. Manuel Zapf. Hope you're enjoying the coverage, guys. I believe we have around about an hour to go. Of course, we'll keep you updated as we go, and hope you have enjoyed the coverage. We certainly have enjoyed the action at this table so far, Manny.
Yeah, it's been really, you just said it, high class performance by all the players here. You saw a lot of adapting, you saw aggressive play, you saw some amazing post-flop plays as well, and now just like that shove from Jon. Really nice awareness of the situation of the ranges. He knows probably the open raiser is going to overfold, probably the 3-better is too light. Let's rip it in. Fold equity with ace-9 suited. Nice blocker with the ace. Takes down some money there. So yeah, we've seen some really, really good poker tonight.
Yeah, I would have to agree with you, my friend. Yeah, I believe this is a Dusk Till Dawn first, guys, as we had referenced. We're closing in on £100,000 in play. That is no small chunk of change. Mitch and Grimo making up £50,000 of that in their own right.
People don't fold otherwise, yeah.
So someone sent some dirt to Ali. Carl's trying to send me, well, Carl sent me 10k, and Luxon wants me to send documents and all that.
What do you need to do?
Okay, time backstage. Luxon wants me to send documents.
He's getting asked for verification.
I thought you'd been verified already.
I was verified.
Just get him, send it to me.
He's re-verified.
And I'll set it up for you, and then you sort it with him. And then just get that
What, get Carl to send it to you?
It's 100. 400. Plus.
Yeah, and you just sort it out.
Well, your account was verified. Well, you had a verified account already.
We see some negotiations in the background. I believe James looking for a reload. Sam Clark elects to ISO Ian's limp with the ace-8 suited, gets it through.
I think
Come on.
you must be
Our
enjoying.
financial team will check these within 24 hours, and if your documents are approved, your rules will be restored.
Yeah, and we're already around 100k. So whenever that add-on of Mr. Jagger is coming into play, we're definitely having a 6-digit cash game. Absolutely amazing numbers as well at the YouTube live stream. 230 viewers, Andrew. A casual Wednesday night.
One's knitted up, one's broke. Sorry, where's the action? I'm losing the count with that. Right, okay.
Ian with a very lovely looking 7-6 suited. Raising it up to 300 from the small blind. And taking it down. Jon with the casual Jack 5 offsuit fold. Not much to do there, but to let it go. Two players over the £20,000 at the table. Mitch and Grimo really been crushing it so far.
You can also join. Yeah, so 10, 25, 50, option 100 straddle.
Look what you've done. You made John Strider twice now. Yeah. You must.
Don't have to.
You want to. It's true.
Yeah. John straddle 100.
Get that as an option.
Feels like it's not optional.
Yeah. A lot of peer pressure.
There's been some straddle discussion going on. Of course, we're going to try to let you listen in on the table talk every once and then. Table talk has been a little bit less since Mr. Jagger gave up on pursuing everyone to have a drink. Jamie with the ace-10 offsuit here, coming in for a raise to £400. I believe the double treble to 200 is on.
Yeah, but I think it's all other people's cash.
And Mr. Jon McCann
No, I think
with a nice little premium holding,
what he can.
3-betting to 1800.
Send money around.
If I understood that correctly, yes I did.
His cash is there. Right. So he is over there flunning around trying to get some more cash. In the
Considering
hope
how
comes over here.
solid Jon has been playing so far, I think this ace-10 is right on the border. But could let this one go as well. Jamie decides to take a flop here.
I didn't realize it was bad.
Both players with a straight draw. To go with their ace high. Jamie even with the backdoor nut flush draw. And the open ender.
Has he got some? Mitch? Sure. Multi.
Interesting. Check check on the flop. And Jamie now deciding to bluff, attacking hands like exactly the one that Jon is holding with the ace-king.
Betting 16. 1600.
Tricky spot here. Definitely for Jon once we are checking the flop. We probably have to call one here in position with the overcards and the gut shot, but he lets it go.
That's what my wife was thinking, that's what the snow like.
Probably realizing that he just has to fold a lot of rivers even if he is ahead, and probably not
They've been listening to you all night, so why can they not listen to me?
getting too much money even if he makes a straight, because he's most likely holding in this spot is ace-king, so therefore he just lets it go. Rather have a small loss than a big one. Right, Andrew?
Absolutely, my friend. The perils of live poker commentary. I had to make a mad dash when nature calls, Manuel. You know, sometimes you have to answer. But yeah, awkward spot there for Jon, I think. This board texture smashing Jamie pretty hard, I think, when he calls a 3-bet. Tough to fault him too much, as you say. May have to fold a bunch of rivers, even if we improve to the likes of a king, right? We cannot always station it off. A nice pickup from Jamie. Good instincts, good intuition, getting Jon to fold the better hand. Very nicely done. Ian now gonna open the action back up with the 5-6 of hearts. Action round to Mitch in the straddle, does defend Queen 9. Ace 10 6. Ian gonna make use of the c-bet. Takes it down with no resistance from Mitch. Have just had confirmation, guys, from our team at DTD. Round about an hour of coverage left. Really hope you're enjoying it. It's been a pleasure to commentate on. Action has been fast and furious. Lots of big pots, lots of strong play. Well, around about an hour to go, guys. Hope you will stay with us. We await the return of Mr. James Jagger.
Sam, can you get right? Can you get right?
Change ships.
Yeah. How much there, Jamie? Do you have much
Action on Grimo in the cutoff with the 8-6 suited. Just get out of the way.
There was a hint in that reply. There was what? A hint in that reply, actually. A hint what? In my reply. I had a 10 anyway. Oh, right. A 10. Ryan.
Sam does come in for an open to 400. Mitch with pocket 9s does make the call. Ian also completing in the straddle with the 7-4 of diamonds.
Yeah, very interesting to see Mitch flat here. Probably because the stack sizes are not super deep with Sam, so and not shallow enough to get it in. It's like one of that middling region where you might just want to call 9s to not 3-bet fold them.
Yeah, absolutely. Sam does elect to check here. A little bit of pot control and deception with his Queen Jack.
I have to jump.
Is going to pick up a stab from Mitch.
Very nice hand selection here. Typically, the queen jack on these jack high boards, even when paired, are the first cards to trap with. We still have that overcard. Our kicker is rather mediocre, so really like specifically the queen jack to check here.
Yeah, Sam very experienced, going to have good awareness of which ranges to use. Mitch content to knuckle back for a free river. You'd expect Sam to go for some value now, right? Little blocky type sizing, perhaps.
I mean, kind of depends on the history as well. I think we still want to have bluffs here in our range that check call the flop even three ways, so we don't really want to block those bluffs all the time, so I wouldn't mind a little bit bigger sizing than a block here as well. But typically the spot being under bluffed, maybe therefore he elects to block here anyways. Tricky spot, definitely.
Yeah,
he does.
You are on point, man. He does use the 3/4 pot size. Yeah, again, Mitch on point with his reads. Does make a nice fold with the 9s. Sam taking down a pot of 3.4k.
Yeah, typically a spot where you don't want to bluff too small, but also you're not really gonna get called a lot by worse when you bet big. One of those awkward situations when you have a, I mean, you don't have the nuts, but you have a fairly strong hand. But yeah, I don't mind the big sizing here.
Hard work, this Dusk Till Dawn stuff.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense, especially when Mitch checks turn.
I hope so. Is everyone okay that I've got 10k behind?
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, you okay with that, Barry?
I'm fine with it, mate. Bag pussy, I've got Luke after.
Tony Thornhill in the chat says, will you have a streamed game of low stakes, £2, £2 for the regular players to watch? I'm sure it will happen, Tony. I think historically we've had a bunch of, you know, sort of 2-5 action on stream. Of course, this being WPT week, we wanted to have a landmark higher stakes stream to, you know, to produce and display for your guys' pleasure. I'm sure that certainly will be an option, my friend. Dusk Till Dawn we like to cater for all the players, all different buy-ins and sizings, so I'm sure it will happen.
Yeah, unfortunately this is for me. Give us 5 once. Yep, need me to sign it. Cheers. Topping up 4k.
Or topping up his stack. Jamie opening with the ace deuce diamonds, and Jagger is back. Very nice flop with the ace jack and a club. Very unfortunate turn card though. Jamie takes the lead, but just like that, Jagger takes it back. Is going to go for value here with his river top pair.
This is not a snap fold. We do have a pair versus James Jagger, so we might consider to call this off. Would almost say we are fairly underwrapped as well with our deuce, as weird as it sounds.
Yeah,
but yeah, Jamie
is a very
finds the
large
fold.
sizing. Gone for around about 1.5x pot. Does find a nice fold. Good to see you back, Mr. Jagger. The table has missed you. We love the action, Manny, right?
I was
Players
about to
like
say,
James, good for the game, good for the viewers. Love to see it.
the comms missed him as well, yeah.
Absolutely.
Not only the table. But yeah, he's very good for the game. Has been. It's amazing to watch him also, like, just taking spots. Also very fast player, not taking too much time, no fake tanking. Always good for the game.
It didn't work that well last week.
So into the final hour of our coverage, guys. This is our 10, 25, 50 pound cash game. Coming to you live from Dusk Till Dawn, right here in Nottingham. Mitch gonna open the action with the Jack 9. Grimo just calls, I believe, with the Ace King.
Yeah, we've seen another.
Perhaps looking to trap Jagger.
Yeah, we've seen another pre-flop slow play with the queens earlier from Grimo. Not working out where he had to fold the turn. Now it seems to work out a little bit better if he can fade a 10.
A very tricky, very tricky player Grimo does continue with the slow play. Just check calling. A club turn could potentially be interesting. Is a brick the deuce of spades. Mitch with one of those holdings that could decide to start barreling. Does shut it down though. There is that river club. Gotta hand it to Mitch, man. His instincts all night very strong on when to shut it down, when to continue aggression.
Yeah, Grimo's second chip leader at the table. Things have been going his way now, especially in the last hour, 1.5. Really been picking up more and more chips. A successful night so far for him.
Yeah, a lot of fun to watch. Great character. I've really enjoyed this lineup, I must say. You know, me, myself, and Manny, we have had the pleasure to commentate on numerous stream tables. This one has been one of the best. A lot of fun, a lot of money on the table, a lot of action. Let's finish strong, Manny. Someone else is getting stacked. I'm putting that out there again.
Yeah, I can't wait to see it. It's gonna happen. But yeah, I have to agree. This is definitely one of my favorite tables of all times as well.
They're really good.
Who's getting stacked?
Who's getting stacked? Oh,
should we make a bet on that?
No, we can't make a prediction. Can't do it. I can't do it to any of the players. Sam once again showing his knowledge of when to 3-bet. Using that suited real ace, taking it down free. So much money on the table, Manny. I think this is the most we've ever seen on a DTD stream.
Yes, I think so too.
£110,000 I make that to be with my quick addition skills. You'll love to see it.
Quick addition skills. I heard tapping of a calculator sound, Andrew.
Absolutely
or was that
not.
The chips at the
Absolutely
table?
not. They call me Rain Man. They call me Rain Man, and not because I know anything about the weather. Let me tell you. You don't think I can quickly add up in that timely fashion, Manny?
Oh well, I wouldn't bet any money on it, but.
Come on, an experienced poker player such as myself.
I'm going
That's
to
an unbelievable amount of
time.
disrespect. A
Gonna
lot of
believe
disrespect.
Yeah. Once.
Hold on a second.
Shenanigans.
My girlfriend's holding up an electronic device off screen with some numbers on it. 1 sec. Grimo. He does mix his play up considerably, limping in the button with the ace-9 of diamonds. Jamie also calls, and Sam deciding to pump it up, makes it 600 with the jack-8 of clubs. Everybody wants to play a big one. John decides to overcall.
Oh, is the limp race coming? That would be so nice.
I don't think so. You would love to see it.
I would love it.
Wow, and Jamie now in a very awkward spot, sandwiched in between all this action. In he comes. We did say someone was getting stacked. We are
This
going
is the
four-way.
Jagger wants his cards back.
2.4k in the middle pre.
I remember why I had to be honest.
8-8 queen 2 diamonds.
Don't ask for much, do you? Everybody's going to brick this. You ready? 5-6-4. There we go. Close enough. Jamie flops best. Sam here, after pumping it up pre, really flopping no kind of equity. Jon gonna start stabbing here, I think. There it is. Looks like 1.1k.
Oh, that's a crazy stab. I mean, I do see the backdoor straights and the backdoor flush opportunities, but this is a 4-way pot. I can get behind betting 3-way, but 4-way you need a lot of confidence to make this bet.
Sure.
And you probably have to be firing that king as well, because not too many king X. Jamie's gonna check call here, right? Besides king queen.
Yeah, absolutely. Very ambitious this from Jon. I think if we are going to stab, maybe we could go a very small size and just look to fold out some of those kind of auto-fold hands. Now we're put ourselves in a very uncomfortable spot with only pot behind. Yeah, makes sense to give this one up, Manny, I think. He may not give it up now if Jamie checks. Very interesting.
Yeah, you need to fire river now, I think.
Not too sure what we're repping is the problem.
A6. King queen can check sometimes the turn, I guess, as a trap. And maybe sometimes check 10. Maybe ace 4, I don't know. But we don't have many bluffs either. Like, what are we gonna bluff with?
Let's be honest, Manny, sometimes you have to say, I've got 10 high, I've got myself in a nasty spot. And credit to Jon for going for this.
Yeah.
It's a somewhat credible sizing too. He's gone for the milky value bluff size. Very nice. This is going to be real tough for Jamie to find a call here.
Wow, why do I think Jamie's gonna call this though?
Very interesting. Not sure how many small bets we would have. We are a little bit in the weeds here, as they say, with this flop action. Credit to Jon for finding the bluff. Jamie getting a very good price here on a call. Is he finding it, Manny? He does make the call. Very well played, Jamie Lee. Unfortunately for Jon, it doesn't get it through. I think he might have bet 2.3 on the river. Right, that's 2 plaques. That makes more sense.
Wow, then it's even a sicker call.
Sick call. Very well played, Jamie.
Especially, I don't think that there are too many 7-5, 7-6 hands in Jon's range, since Sam has made it 5x, 6x.
600 pre, yeah.
Like, what hands are there left that we beat with Queen Jack? You really have to put him on the 10-9, 10-8. That's
7-8 suited, yeah.
Gives up turn and bluffs river. It's crazy, crazy call.
Very nice call from Jamie. Credit to Jon for finding that river barrel. Unfortunately for him, Jamie looks him up. Big credit to Jamie too, after a pretty horrendous first hour and a half or so of this stream, Manny, battling all the way back to almost level now, I believe, after being maybe 20k in the red.
Yeah.
Very nicely done.
Yeah, very, very nice river call there.
250.
And
great,
also,
great
like,
call.
great last
That's
hour
nice.
in
Susie was
total
just
for
serving
Jamie.
and they called my number.
And
I went, no, that's not
reward
Susie.
the
It's
good
not Susie,
plays,
really
ace
good.
queen
So
of
if I win
diamonds.
anything, you can have it. 500 quid, straight in the bank.
Is that a call?
Jon now perhaps a little steamed here. Does overcall with ace-4 off. Gonna go 4-way. Mitch completing from the straddle. Oh, we had an open from Jagger in the first place here.
Yeah.
Excuse me, did miss it. Jamie electing for a little deception free. And here we go. Action flop. Jamie flopping the nut flush draw. Mitch with top pair. Jagger with middle pair. And Jon with bottom pair. Something for everybody, and everybody checks. The turn is a 3 of hearts. A whole host of things can happen here. Jamie has decided to check. Imagine Mitch has a pretty clear protection value bet now.
Yeah, I do agree. Mitch with a clear value bet here, as well as protection, 4-way. James in a really awkward spot because he could be good here, but he has 2 players behind.
Yeah.
Gonna be tough to make this call with queen 5. A little bit of an easier decision for Jamie here. There's no way we can fold with the nut flush draw plus a straight draw plus an overcard. Fairly standard call, I would say.
Absolutely.
And Jon is gonna get out of the way.
It's all been Mitch's way so far. Can he fade the river? Looking to dodge deuces, aces, and diamonds. It does brick out. River is the 5 of hearts.
James Jagger would have got there with the queen 5.
Yeah. You know what they say.
Never fold queen 5.
Interesting spot here. Is Mitch too far down? Is King X to value bet here? Do we still go for value? Interesting.
Really interesting. Like, you have to, like, you can't bet all your King X here and you can't check all your King X here. I think you have to find some value bets. And Mitch is deciding that King 10 is just about making the cut. Maybe King 9 plus, something like that.
Yeah, he really has been on point in almost every spot. Gotta hand it to Mitch. And Jamie now with an interesting river spot. Do you have ace high? Can be beating some rivered 6x or the like that Mitch fire turn and fires river with. But not great to have those diamonds in our hand.
I mean, I think it's totally fine to have the ace of diamond in your hand, because I don't think many ace high flush draws are gonna take a river bluff line. They might just check and realize showdown value versus other misdraws. So I don't think the ace of diamonds is a bad card to hero call. The queen of diamonds is a little bit more problematic.
Yep. Jamie finds the right decision, does let it go. Very impressive from Jamie in this last hour or so. Been correct every time. And Mitch, once again, breaking in another pot. Gotta get this little rub down in from Mr. Ali G in the chat. I believe that might be Mr. Goulder. If it is, nice to see you, buddy. Says, Andrew, are pros allowed to play these games, or is it just recreational players like Ian and Mitch? Beautiful work, Hallie. Beautiful work. I'm going to start the campaign to get Manuel Zapf in one of these games. The campaign starts now.
Well, you will need a fundraiser for that. Maybe you put $1 or £1 in yourself and we have a start.
Mate, absolutely. I will fund whatever you need, mate. And when I say whatever you need, I mean like 100 quid or something max. Stone max. That's optimistic.
Coming this way.
Well, we're just talking about a 2-2 cash game, right? Then I can buy it with 50 big blinds.
I'll stick you in that, mate. I'll stick you in that, no problem.
Amazing.
All right, back into the action we go. Mr. James Jagger opening to 250 with the king queen off. For the first time in a long time, just to raise and take it. Absolutely heaps of money on the table.
100 straddle, Barry?
No.
Up to 115k in play now, if the quick maths are accurate, Manny.
Change that habit.
Oh, they made it so easy for you. A lot of 10k stacks, a lot of 20k stacks.
I can add up 29, 20, 20, 15.
Bring in the 23.4k stacks, come on. And then we see how quick your math are.
Hope you're enjoying the coverage at home, guys. We have around about 35 minutes to go. So stick with us. Action has been fast and furious all night. Sam Clark on the button does open. Don't see what he has as of yet. Mitch counting out a 3-bet.
Mitch is finding his rhythm now.
You got it?
He's finding his
Do you want me to
rhythm.
go tell him what my hand is? Okay.
Yeah, go tell him what your hand is.
No lip reading anyone.
Sam off to tell the production what he's got. We might be having a little glitch in the cameras. See Mitch with the ace king has made it 700 to go. Wow, Sam is gonna 4-bet. Likely a case of bad timing here, Manny.
Oh, it could be bad timing, or it could be that big clash that we announced. You never know. But
are you ready? I'm gonna give you a little prediction.
I mean, he's gonna get the jam, right?
Call this a Picasso read. The way that Sam stood up and ran off there and came back, he was far too casual, which means he's bluffing. He has a suited wheel ace. He's gonna get jammed on and snap fold. You ready?
Oh god.
Here we go.
Picasso, you magician. Let's see.
Well, we're not gonna get to see because Mitch just called.
I really wanted to see that. And most
we're
part
gonna
of
get.
me.
Listen, if he has the suited wheel ace, we're gonna get to see the showdown.
25? We're up in the trenches.
Yeah.
Yeah, comes in for a quarter pot c-bet. A lot of sense on these textures. Mitch now has set the trap here beautifully. Is of course going to be in bad shape against a hand like ace queen.
I'll catch you up soon, don't worry.
Yeah. Pocket queens, pocket aces, and ace queen is basically all we're losing against. I don't see a lot of 4-bets with ace 8 suited or pocket 8s. Very meaningless 7 of diamonds on the turn.
Yeah, we'll let him have his moment on stream.
Pot getting big quickly. 6k in there. Sam working with just over that behind.
Oh, easy. Loosen up then. He's just showing off now.
Does check the turn.
Reputation stinker.
Little bit of pot control with his hands that have connected. Of course, we can't see what he has. I'm calling it, Manny. Ace 4 of hearts or something.
Ah, I believe you already. I believed you the moment
Mitch has the heart.
you said it.
Ace 4 of spades.
I really do want to not believe you, like my entire heart.
I know, he snap knuckles.
Ace 4 suited, really?
I don't know. Show us. Cameraman, quick.
I didn't get it all in 3.
Oh, don't do it to us, cameraman. You can't leave us hanging like this.
No, I don't want to do all the profiting just yet.
Locked up.
On tenter hooks here, Mr. Zapf. I don't think we're going to get to see. Devastated. Devastated.
Very devastating. Was that the King Queen of Hearts?
It might have been King Queen of Hearts, yeah.
I saw the King Queen of Hearts there. Which makes sense, right?
Does make a lot of sense. Another pot for Mr. Mitch Johnson, up to 33k.
Yeah, I'm going when the stream finishes.
Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. I'm expecting Mitch to hang him out.
Yeah. McCann will be good for a heads up. The two of you can try and dig your way out.
It's me and you left. One of us escapes.
PLO, yeah.
It should be a PLO, man.
Oh shit, sorry.
I think people are more likely to get PLO.
Yeah, no. Oh.
Cards back in the air. Jon McCann with the King Jack of Hearts. Do you have a double straddle on at least here, John? Open into £600. Potential for fireworks here at the end of the stream. Game is getting very big. Do you have a double straddle?
Fantastic.
John going to take that one pre.
Sorry, mate.
Kojak.
It's really 4-bet shove as soon as you 3-bet me.
What's like a light meal I can eat easily? Oh, Jamie, what's like a light meal I could eat here like easily?
Salt and vinegar crisps.
Eggs Benedict, I was about to say that.
As we have said, guys, last 30 minutes or so of the stream. If you have any interest in playing tournament poker, guys, this is WPT 500 week here at Dusk Till Dawn. We have our landmark WPT 500. That's a £500,000 guarantee. If you want to get in the mix for it, guys, you can play day ones, Friday and Saturday this week. £560 buy-in. They start at midday here in Nottingham at Dusk Till Dawn. Day 2 is on Sunday. There is also a turbo day 1 on Sunday morning, starting at 10 AM. Of course, the final day is on Monday. We will have live coverage of the final day. Monday the 29th, that will be on YouTube. As we look to crown a champion of the WPT 500. We have a 2k high roller starting tomorrow at 5 PM. That has a 100k guarantee. We also have a high roller to finish the week. Apologies, I believe my mic just glitched. Anyway, we have a final WPT high roller, 1100 buy-in. Day 1 on Sunday at 5 PM. And day 2 is on Monday. That also has a 100k guarantee. So, guys, if you want to check out anything happening at Dusk Till Dawn, follow the socials at DTD Club and at DTD Live for all scheduling of things.
Yeah, great action-filled schedule there. I believe we're going to see some of these faces here, especially in the high roller tournaments. Would be surprised if they don't play these great 2k buy-in. Was the high roller, I believe?
Yeah, I think Mitch and John in particular both love tournament poker. I would expect to see them in the mix. I wish we were there, Manny. I would be in there myself.
Yeah, always good to play a little bit of a tournament, right? Live tournaments. So great they're back. We said it once before. That dark time where we couldn't play live poker seems to be over.
Yep, you'll love to see that. Sam here, flopping best. Jamie with a little trap, please, looping the King Queen of Diamonds. Whiffs pretty hard. Sam going to pick it up with a small bet.
Away from
See there, Sam with another reload.
yeah, me and John are definitely playing.
You seem to just be putting more and more money on the table, Manny.
And finally, the stack sizes are not very easy to calculate.
Here we go, 29.3, 39.3, 71, 72.2, 80, they took them away.
Too slow.
Even I'm not that fast, buddy.
You get it next time, bud.
Hey? Because I thought I might be in an hole.
We're definitely staying down.
Instead, I'm a little rabbit on top of you. I'm a mole. No, I'm going to stay over anyway.
Come on, Mitch, put the 200 once. Emergency 200s.
Mitch, put the 200 on, come on.
It doesn't make the game lose the 200 make it tighter.
Oh, Mitch.
It's a good dodge. That's a good dodge.
Losing a lot of money.
Come on, mate. That's well done.
It gives us a chance to play a big flat out position to you.
I'll just like call on aces. Power of the ball.
Of course, it didn't make the game any looser, though.
You can raise a bit more then, can't you?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
We can get a little bit more off Mitch.
Good luck with that.
He'll play perfectly versus whatever I do, but...
Can I just fold myself?
Cards back in the air. Round 2. Grimo on the button does fold the Queen 7 of clubs.
Good luck with that. I'm at least going to limp.
I think it actually killed
Sam Clark here with the Ace-7.
because people only play.
I believe we have a double straddle once more.
Yeah, looks like it makes sense. Open raising size to 700.
200 out of him.
Being 3.5x from the button, very typical in cash games. Takes it down. At least in live cash games, right? Like, that's the size I always see.
You're talking to the tournament slave, my friend. Wrong guy to ask.
The only 3.5x you have is out of the small blind, huh?
Absolutely not, mate. I'm in there mixing up the sizes all the time, Manny. I don't know what you're talking about. As you guys can see, Mitch still out in front. Big profit on the evening. Grimo as well must be up a good maybe 10 to 12k. Very strong performances from both. Hopefully we will get our profit loss graphic up shortly. Guys updated on the big winner of the day. Action round to Jamie Lee in small. Just let it go.
I seem like a little booth on the corner.
Yeah. There's a bit of tell there. Well, you don't know what I've got.
Jon McCann waking up with 10s.
Come on, John, here's your chance.
Come on, Mitch.
Come on, it's double him up, lad.
Mitch gonna make the call with the Queen 8 of spades. Jack 4-6 1 spade. Mitch with some potential backdoors working for him.
I believe we have a clear value bet for 10s, and I think we do want to call this one in position, especially against half pot in the blind battle. But Spider senses strike once again, and he makes a very good fold.
Timing has been pretty scary, in fact, from Mitch today. There you go, as if by magic I asked and we received. Mitch up £31,000. Grimo up 15.4k. Ian Gascoigne, very strong performance, up 6.3. Sam and Jamie stuck small, and John down 11k, and unfortunately for Mr. Jagger, down the best part of £30,000. James has around about 20 minutes to turn that around.
Let's work this out.
Waking up with Ace King offsuit is not a bad start.
Yeah,
you from Leeds?
I've not come to fucking give money away, have I, Ray?
You're mad.
It's hard to earn in Bolton, isn't it?
Of course it is.
It's hard to win it in Leeds as well.
Fred Dibner country. Is it Fred Dibner country?
Yeah, certainly.
There we go. Billy Bremner country.
James gonna open the action to 250. Looking like a badly timed 3-bet here from Jamie Lee. Gonna run into it, Manny.
Yeah, and running into it is one thing, but running into it versus James Jagger is the other thing. He's been showing some 9-5 suited 4-bets, so maybe Jamie is not even gonna get away from the Jack-10 offsuit. Gonna be interesting to see how he proceeds versus the 4-bet here.
It does have position. I know from watching Jamie on some other historical streams, he's very sticky. Jagger with the 3x sizing out of position. Yeah, I'm not so surprised to see Jamie make this call. And we have a very inflated pot pre, 3.8k in the middle.
Some potential with some high card flops for a clash.
And wow. Flop is Jack 4 deuce. Was going to say, Manny, the flip side of James's image is that he does get action when he has his big hands. But unfortunately for him, has been outflopped. Does continue for around about a quarter pot. Jamie, of course, with top pair and backdoor flush draws working for him, not going anywhere. He's gonna make the call.
Yeah, very standard by both, I think. Board that we can almost range bet with a small size, and of course we're not going anywhere with top pair. Also raising not really an option with the Jack-10. Turn is going to be interesting. I think we're going to see a lot of checking here from James.
Never like to predict Mr. Jagger, but he does indeed check. Jamie here, what, likely a mix of small and check, Manny?
Yeah, I think that's a very fine strategy. I'd probably go for a very small bet myself, but I don't mind the check. And now is it time to bluff once more, Mr. Jagger? I don't think it is.
I don't think he's going to use this hand. Will Jamie go for thin value is the question. Likely aware that he has the best hand, but looks content to knuckle it back. With that pot, takes himself up to 23,000 in front of him. Completes the full recovery. May even be in profit now, Jamie Lee. Impressive performance. Really hasn't been Jagger's night, man. He's been pretty unfortunate when he's had it. And when he hasn't had it, bashed him up.
Yeah, wasn't a great session overall, results-wise, of course. Seems that the fun he had has disappeared at least a tiny little bit as well. Oh, but there's a smile, and he still has the hat on. Taking the loss like a man.
Pretty shocked at that, actually.
There's still time. It's never over, Manny, as they say.
Until it's over. Then
Until it's over. I'm looking for another boxing pun to round out the stream. You really don't want to hear my Rocky impersonation. That's going to take it a step too far.
Let's save the viewers.
Hey, maybe you do. I can do a very good Mick from Rocky. You know, the old man coach. No? Yes? You've not even seen Rocky, have you, Manny? Don't break my heart.
Oh, I've seen it, but it is a very long time ago, and I haven't seen it multiple times, which I'm probably one of the only people.
We have once more, unfortunately for Jagger, has been outflopped. Ian with top pair, proving to trip kings on the turn. Turn does go check. It's pretty difficult for Ian to extract much value here. Does try to trap. Jagger content to check back as ace high. Ian gonna take a small one.
Bounce would have a barrel at them as well.
When you got jacks
Yeah, James Jagger definitely calmed down a little bit as well after the reload. But obviously a very standard check here with the ace high, still a bit of showdown value. Don't need to turn this hand into a bluff.
As we do begin to wind down, you can feel a bit of energy sapping out of the table, Manny. I think everyone's getting tired. That's not what we love to see.
We want to see another big hand. Come on, let's get the straddle and re-straddles out for the last orbits.
We always see some kind of madness last orbit. Dusk Till Dawn tradition. Mitch with the pocket sixes does make the call. I think we do have a double straddle on here. Jamie content to check from the second straddle. Leave it Grimo folded. And wow, Jagger flopping the queen high flush.
225.
Fortunately for him, neither of his opponents have too much to work with. Jamie does have the six of hearts. Gonna be calling one here, Manny, I'd imagine, with a gut shot and a baby flush draw.
Yeah, and actually the straight flush draw as well. But James Jagger must be thinking it's February, because this board and his whole cards all look like Valentine's Day.
Oh no, we're not back on that again. Well, might be in love with this turn. Jamie improving to a pair of kings. Against Jagger, somebody we know who's extremely aggressive. Don't foresee Jamie folding this on the turn. Things could be about to turn round for James.
Yeah, very likely to see a big river bet here, right?
Yeah. I think James gonna be aware his opponent's gonna have a lot of pair plus flush draw. They call pot on the turn.
So are you gonna send
for a
it?
roundabout pot.
4.
Yeah, makes sense. Goes for around about 130%. Jamie with a very difficult decision here, Manny, on the river.
Very nice hero calling hand, actually. We do not have many king X. We do block the 6-9s. We do block some flushes. We obviously block full houses if we have a pair. So, yeah. And versus James Jagger, this might just be a side call. Wouldn't blame him to find the call. He's been right on almost every river decision. Let's see if he can sniff this one out.
Yeah, it does pair off. Nice hand for James. I feel like he deserves that one, Manny. It's been a rough evening. Taking down the pot, £11,000. The first step on the road to redemption.
You said it. It's not over till it's over. And with a little bit of Valentine's love, he might just get himself back in the mix. He now is playing almost £14,000 stack, so one more double, and he should be doing much better. I'm not saying that that's enough to break even, but it's going to get him close.
Nice pot there for James.
It's almost
Oh. And maybe
here
here comes
we go.
step number 2.
James Jagger looking for the miracle get out towards the end of the stream. Does it wake up with queens? And wow, Jamie behind in the straddle. I know that he likes to go for it with this combo. Seen it before on a few streams, but does get out of the way. Jon now with ace-9 off. Is going to defend. Makes the call. Does have position. And wow, finds one of the two remaining aces. Ace, Jack 6. James checking the flop. Jon gonna immediately start going for value here. Looks like around about 1/3 pot. Yeah,
I don't think
50.
he can fold queens just yet. A little bit too strong of a holding against the 1/3 pot bet, right?
Yeah. Definitely don't expect to see him full flop. James does indeed make the call. And wow, turn is a 9. 2-pair for Jon. Probably would be one of the ace-X that doesn't go for 3 streets, but of course improve into 2-pair. Maybe a very easy turn barrel now, looking for value.
Yeah, and Jagger now with a hand that's not ideal to call down, blocking a lot of the bluffs, obviously with the Queen of Hearts, potential Queen 10, potential King Queen, maybe some sort of Queen 8 suited that starts betting the flop, definitely possible as well. So yeah, not the nicest suits here to call down queens.
Absolutely. Wouldn't blame Jagger for getting a little frustrated here. You know, when it's going against you, Manny, you keep finding these rough board textures. Jon, it comes with half pot in the turn. James does find the discipline fold. Another pot going Jon McCann's way.
Ah, well done, nice fold. Realizes that his hand is just not a great continuing hand here, and saves himself a bunch of money.
So guys, we are down to the last few hands, I believe, of the stream. Hope you have enjoyed the coverage. As I mentioned before, this week at Dusk Till Dawn, we have the WPT 500 on. Get yourselves down into that main event. £560 buy-in, 500k guaranteed. Not to be missed, Manuel. We've got 2 day ones. They are Friday and Saturday, starting at midday. If you like tournament poker, certainly a brilliant tournament to play. Of course, those 2 high rollers. I'm hearing from our team now. This is the last 2 hands, guys. Hope you have enjoyed the coverage. Stick with us. Hopefully get some fireworks in these last couple of hands, Manny.
Get out of here alive. In your pocket. Get my fucking car, yeah. Fucking when you're not fucking chauffeur to pick you up.
Jamie with the 7-3 diamonds. Does just check fold to Sam. And I believe this is our final hand of the evening. You see Mitch Johnson, the big winner on the day. Very strong performances from Grimo.
A 1K flip.
Watching you.
Ian Gascoigne, shout out to him. Both have played extremely well.
So if I win this last hand,
Yeah, has been the Mitch show.
0 action.
We take home around about 20k profit here, Manny.
it's 10.
Perhaps a shade more.
Yeah, that's quite some money even for
When you win them, yeah.
stakes this high. I mean, the straddle has been on quite a bit, around 100, and also sometimes double straddle to 200. Oh, we can even call it triple straddle. But still, that's still 200 huge straddles he's up.
I've got no edge.
Count the 100 straddles, so that's a huge win. Yeah, he has been crushing the game, has been making good decisions. But overall, really good poker that we've seen tonight.
Yeah, it's been an awesome streak to watch. And look at this, guys. Maybe we're going to get a little bit of fireworks to end the night. This is the last hand. The players will be aware of this, and Jon McCann with ace king in the straddle, facing the open steal from Sam. The potential for a clash here, Manny. A little bit of dynamic. Both players know it's...
Yeah, I think we're gonna see a flop here. Oh, that's a large
He's
3-bet
made it
though.
real big. A little too large, Mr. McCann. Guys, that is it. John, 3 bets to 1.7. Sam's gonna let it go. And guys, that concludes our coverage for the evening. Great stream. I've really enjoyed it. So just to let you guys know what is happening for the rest of the week, as we mentioned, you've got the WPT 500, day ones, Friday and Saturday, 12 p.m. Guys, get involved. Couple of high rollers for your pleasure. Also, we will be back with live coverage on Monday of the final day of the WPT 500. So if you want to join, please come along, follow it on YouTube as we work down to crowning a champion in the WPT 500. All that remains for me to do is to say thank you very much to everybody for joining the stream. And Manny, as always, my friend, an absolute pleasure. Thank you for joining, my friend.
Yeah, it was a great pleasure for me as well. Big shout outs to Mr. Mitch Johnson, losing very early with the ace-10 versus the deuces of Jamie Lee, down 1 stack. But Mitch found the switch. Should we call him Switch Johnson?
Oh, very nice.
Because he has really turned the session around and put his name on this amazing high stakes cash game of the WPT. Honored to be part of it, and thanks to you as well, of course, Andrew.
Thank you very much, my friend. Yeah, congratulations to Mitch. Honourable mentions, Grimo, Ian Gascoigne, great performances. Mr. Jagger, unlucky, but I'm sure you will be back. Thanks very much, everybody, for joining us. And we will be back on Monday. Please join us for live coverage of the final day of the WPT 500 main event. And that's it. The stream is done. Have a good night. We'll see you Monday. Good night.